Greetings, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening to all of you. Welcome to the Apollo lower bracket finals. We have XSV versus Syndicate Sean's fan club. That is XSV Hydra versus Sean's fan club. This is a rematch of the regular season, Soren, all the way in the end of our finals. It is the third place in Group A of Syndicate and the leaders of Group B and XSV Hydra finally matching up for a more faded arrival at this point. Syndicate previously in the season 2-0'd XSV Hydra, and so now we're all hoping that there's going to be some XSV revenge here. We are already flying through draft, though.
Yeah, we really are. I mean, first wave of bands done, dusted. We immediately see for the side of Syndicate, we have the Syndra, we have the Wukong, we have the Ornn. I think that is, I don't know about you, something that is like the most white toast pick selection I think I've seen in a while. You can see that straight from the LCK. Meanwhile, XSV Hydra, it is going to be the Nocturne, which is certainly an interesting B1, or excuse me, R1, my apologies. And then the Orianna so far. So they are going to lock in that combo immediately.
Yeah, both teams setting up for some pretty standard stuff. I like the Swain in response. Syndra's sort of really the only person that could target them down, but currently there's not really a whole lot of sustained DPS coming out from the side of XSV. And I'm struggling to think as to where this Swain might go other than bot lane. But actually, no. Maybe with all the nonsense that Broken Blade has been doing so far in the top lane, it is the matchup for Ornn, which is most likely where it's going to be. This Syndra obviously can go flexed mid or bot. I think that XSV are hoping it's going bot, as I think the matchup is not that good for Oriana. But I really like the jungle matchups. We got Nocturne, we got Wukong. They are very standard. They are very cut and dry. We know what we're going to be talking about. It's going to be those level sixes. And as we get into the second phase of bans, XSV are not convinced as to the location of that Syndra.
Yeah, not quite. And one thing that we do have to take into account that I think Hydra specifically really need to look at is that late game viability. Obviously, that Ornn and Syndra scale incredibly well going in. Swain's going to do a pretty good job, so that Oriana. But I mean, Ornn and Syndra are probably some of the best scalers in the entire game. So I would like to see something that helps really take Hydra into the late stages of the game because as of right now, this current composition, it's good into late game. It will do well, but at some point they are just going to hit the wall. There is a timer on this game to where, as of right now, compositionally, this Syndra and Ornn are going to become a raid boss and just a character that can eviscerate pretty much anyone in front of them. So I would like to see something late game come through for Hydra.
Yeah, absolutely. XSV have a bit of a hill to climb in the second phase, banning away the Senna and the Braum, not wanting that disengaged opportunity for the side of Syndicate. Whereas Syndicate taking away some aggressive engage in that Camille and the Varus. Again, that is probably most likely a Camille support. And in terms of scaling DPS in fights, Corki is probably one of the best opportunities. You have the self peel in the Valkyrie to get away from the Wukong Cyclone, as well as dodge out from that Ornn ulti. I will say it is a very favorable matchup for the Syndra should they decide to send it into the Corki bot. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a mid matchup here from Syndicate to match up with. Just a note, similar to last week, Syndicate are going to be rocking with a sub in the mid lane. Sean's going to be bumping up towards the top side, and they're going to have AGNC. I believe that is Tiny Tibbs playing in the mid lane. Syndicate went to 5 games last week, and XSV unfortunately lost in 4 to Dorado Gaming, and it's gonna be wow, it's gonna be Zaya and potentially Tom Kench, but no, it most likely will be the lovers duo with the Zaya and the Rakan on the bot side. I like the matchup. I think versus Oriana Nocturne, when so much of their damage is front loaded, it is very nice to have that 80 carry to be able to dodge out from so much damage. And then
Oh yeah.
realistically, your only targets are going to be a Rakan who's super slippery, a Wukong who can clone away, and is going to be building HP and resistances anyway, or a Syndra that's going to be having a Zonya's Hourglass at some point in this game. So engages for XSV going to be looking tough, but Syndicate as well, they got to rely on the scaling. Early game is not really there for them. And if this Oriental Nocturne is able to get online early, it is going to be a problem. How do we think they round this out?
I don't know. I mean, I personally would like to see something a little bit more. Never mind. I was gonna say a little bit more frontline heavy here. I know Swain can be, but does mostly have range options, though can be a little bit on the tankier end. But they're gonna round it out with the Nami. Okay, I mean, I do like it. Obviously, Corky, incredibly good scaler. So I said we needed to see a really good scaler that's going to go very far into the game. I do think that Corky is going to be able to do it. Nami is certainly going to help in that early phase. You already mentioned, that is going to be the big threat for Hydra, trying to get kills early, put Syndicate in uncomfortable situations to put them a little bit farther behind. I think Nami certainly is going to help do that. She is super strong in those early phases. But I also kind of, double-edged sword. Right now, if they do not get ahead early, if they do not find kills early on the Syndicate, I still feel like there's a little bit of a timer. I mean, Zaya and Rakan are a really good bot lane. They do incredibly well into that mid to late phase of the game. So they're going to be able to, as long as they're able to pretty much keep it neutral or get ahead, that mid to late is already going to become a big problem. And by the time Zaya's hard scaling is going to fall off to, like, say, the Corki and the Swain and the Oriana, they're going to have that Syndra and that Ornn to pick up the slack right where they're left off. So I like it. A little bit of lacking in that early game for Syndicate, but I imagine, especially with that Ornn, you're probably just going to play very, very safe for the first probably 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those matchups that's going to be very heavily scaling for the Swain on that top side. I imagine a lot of nonsense will be going on that top side. Um, I'm not really sure too much how either of these players are familiar with this pick. Espada, I imagine pick the Swain pretty quickly after seeing the Ornn locked in. So perhaps looking for that. I am surprised that we didn't see a Silas ban. I feel like potentially Syndicate missed out on sending the Syndra bot and playing some Silas into the Oriana. But it doesn't matter. As we take a look at this XSV Hydra side, we are going to see Espada on this piloting the Swain on the top side, Sutek on Nocturne, XBKP on his patented Oriana, and then Maddie in his handbag playing Corki and Nami in the bot side. I don't know if it was posted anywhere. I imagine it was, but my prediction for this series was going to be XSV Hydra going in 4, all riding on the backs of Maddie and his handbag. I think that this bot lane is very strong. Um, and if they're going to get it done, they got to play through bots. So Espada being on a strong champion on the top side, being able to be that potential rock for this XSV side is going to be very nice for them. Curious to see how BKP and Sutek are going to be able to play this 2v2 duo in the mid. But I hope that Sutek, probably as soon as he dings 6, is mid with that shockwave making an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of pressure is going to be on Sutek in this game. I personally, I think I'm on record having said it in the past. I am not a big fan of Nocturne. Nocturne feels like a very feast or famine champion where if Nocturne does not get ahead, kind of just feels like you have an extra minion walking around on the map that just a little bit more mobility. I really am looking towards Sutek to have a big impact here, especially early on, because if we also move on and take a look at the other side, again, it is all scaling. It is late game or bust here for Syndicate. They obviously have that Ornn and that Syndra. Zai is also going to do a pretty darn good job. Wukong is going to be the one to have to match that Nocturne. And I think the biggest threat on the board is obviously that ultimate. Once we hit level 6, Wukong is going to be able to do a lot, especially with the ultimate, but they're not going to be able to always anticipate where this Nocturne's going to be, and Nocturne's ability to jump in onto a lane from not globally, but pretty much from anywhere halfway down the map is going to offer a lot of value. So I'm expecting Not Important to have a really good game, hypermobile, constantly putting pressure on different lanes so that this Nocturne doesn't just have free range to jump from one lane to another.
Yeah, and thank you for this Wukong. There is a lot of setup on Syndicate Sean Fan Club for them to play around. You have the knockups for the Ornn, you have the Syndra stuns, you have the roots, the knockups from your bot side. And so the typical weakness of this Wukong is, yes, you're able to duel early. Yes, you have that scaling armor on your passive, but you're not really able to set up plays for yourself before level 6. And so there is a world, there's two sort of schools of thought here in the jungle matchup. It's you both power farm to 6, and whoever gets that second crab spawn is just going to be the one who's stronger on the map. And if you play that game, it's most likely going to be Sutek on XSV getting that crab just because of how much stronger those lanes are. But Not Important, I imagine, could look to take advantage of these lanes with engage for themselves. But critically, I think for Sean's fan club, they need to, in the early and mid game, make sure that they are calling targets correctly. Because if you allow this Swain to survive whatever burst, whatever upfront engage you have, it is going to be very difficult to damn near impossible to take him down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is going to certainly be an interesting one. And again, this is, of course, a best of 5. And of course, it is fearless. One thing I don't think we really have discussed on the fact that a lot of these picks as well across both these rosters, specifically that Oriana, and especially for the side of Syndicate Shantan Club, these are a lot of high value picks that a lot of teams want to use, especially like that Ornn, that Wukong, that Syndra, that are just not going to be available in the later stages of this series now that they've been selected. So, a lot of different interesting factors. You said you would call it in 4, going in the way of XSV. I think I'm leaning Syndicate coming out of this ban phase or this pick. Draft. However, there's also, of course, the chance that they lose this game, but then they go on a massive sweep, and because XSV Hydra are just that kind of caliber team where they can just
I did say
pull.
4, so there is a game to drop.
Yeah, exactly. So there's absolutely the possibility.
All right. Well, with all that said, with all of our speculation out of the way, we are going to step aside for a short break while these teams load onto the Rift. So stick around. We'll be right back with the first game of our lower bracket finals between Syndicate Sean Fan Club and XSV Hydra. We are live now on the Rift. Syndicate Sean fan club on the blue side, XSV Hydra rocking it on the red side. Curious to see what shenanigans we go for early on in this game. While you're away, Soren, we witnessed on stream the adaptations of warding the side opposite to where you're starting for these junglers. And it doesn't look to be the same for both sides here, as non-important is going to guard their Raptor ramp. Sutek instead opting to hope that no one walks into their bot side. And should be able to get away with it in this game, but Maddie and their handbag are going to go take a peek before they get started in lane and place their ritualistic mid lane bush or mid bot bush ward.
So two things. I went to moisturize my bald A head.
You're bald?
Because,
Okay.
Yeah. So I thought you meant that we saw an adaptation in like the minute I was away, and I was very confused. As
Yeah,
well.
you didn't
I'm
see
just
it?
Now
Holy
remembering.
moly.
I'm just now realizing why you keep saying Maddie and their handbag.
You paused at a
Maddie's
very awkward time when you said my bald, and I got very confused.
No, my bald A head. But
That's
with
what
that
you
being said, we are
Understood.
starting off. It's a pretty standard start right now. We have both junglers starting on this top side. We obviously were talking about how the bot lane was going to be the big priority for pretty much both of these rosters. So to see that, not too surprising. We are seeing Tiny Tibbs take a little bit of damage here, but XBKP is going to be the first one forced back under the turret. They might even lose a CS or two.
Yeah, should be fine. Like I said, I don't think this matchup is very good for the Orianna. I think Syndra is able to outrange for a bit and will be able to outpoke. Curious to see that neither of these mid laners have opted to... I guess, no, they split it. But, so we have one Comet, one Airy. I don't know if BKP doesn't like the Comet. Airy is nice, I guess, for the shield on your allies. And on yourself for a bit more, but I don't think you're going to be poking the Syndra nearly as much. To be fair, I did just get confused. I thought that the Syndra might be going for first strike, because we get a nice little trade in the mid lane. Some stacks going early onto the Syndra. I am curious to see what happens at this first crab. Both junglers are down on the spot side, but the push most definitely is going to be with XSV Hydra. And Nocturne, with that health push, will be even more tanky when they do decide to fight. And with that wave bouncing in mid, not important, is going to have to call an audible here unless they try and go for a gank, which I do not think is in their best interest. But yeah, I mean, think pretty standard so far.
I think almost a recall or just a walk up to the top side to trade that scuttle. It's gonna make it a little awkward, but at least won't end in a little bit of disaster, as we do actually see on the map. They're gonna go for it. I think scuttle was secured, but I think they're gonna try to go for a little bit of a skirmish here. As the Syndra is in the area, that is going to be the smite utilized. Sutek taking a lot of damage, but the blast cone is going to get the Nocturne safety.
Flash for crab, worth trade. Depends on what Sutek does here. If Sutek is able to get this top crab as well, it'll be phenomenal, but most likely they will just be able to take their camps and then reset with that advantage in hand. Shouldn't matter too much. Flash will be up inconsequentially by the time it is about probably 7 minutes in game. They most likely have Cosmic Insight, and so we'll be able to get that one up a little bit quicker than normal. Mid and bot, pretty standard, pretty boring. Orianna is going to stick around with that amount of mana. It might be a little problematic if Tiny Tibbs is able to trap them in lane. Because the problem in that sense is a lot of times people will stick around when they have not enough mana, and then it just allows the enemy mid to get a better base with the wave in a great position because they're able to outshove. But PKP doing a good job controlling the amount of mana they're using while matching the push of this wave. On the top side as well. Yeah.
Mr. Fantastic, our wonderful producer, you just earned yourself a lot of credit. I was about to call you out saying even our producers forget the top lane exists, but no, we will get a little bit of the wet noodle fighting happening up there. Notably, this Orin is kind of bullying the Swain, but the Swain has a little bit of range, so he's able to get a little bit of damage out and at least try to keep this as level as possible. As we do see a little bit of a reset. Syndra is going to use that TP really to get back into the lane and continue to put pressure on this mid lane. He's going to catch the wave in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, and BKP
pretty neutral across the board.
BKP should lose a few minions because of that TP. Unfortunately, as I said, because they didn't have mana, were forced to stick around and was not able to clear the wave fast enough to match the base timer of Syndra. And so It's unlikely to happen, but there will be a discrepancy in level 6 timers in mid. Syndra should get it 1 or 2 minions before the Orianna, as it does not matter. Both of them are 6 now, so ignore my ramblings. Ignore my ramblings, but it would have mattered. As we see some wards being swept around the bot side, shouldn't be too consequential, as Nocturne potentially looking for a play here around the bot side, maybe setting up this dragon. Yes, we'll be doing so. Doesn't really have the push to be doing this, but is pulling the trigger nonetheless.
Yeah, it's gonna get pretty low. This is red out, and Colin is going to spot them. Sutek has to back away, especially as Tiny Tibbs is now coming in. But Colin, you're in an awkward position. Okay, is just gonna jump over the side. Be able to come to give a little bit of reinforcement, but Wukong's nowhere in the area, so that's just gonna be first straight given and handed over to the side of XSV Hydra.
Yeah, this is one of those where it's good for XSV Hydra, pushes their tempo in the game, but Syndicate are pretty okay with it. You're able to trade some camps onto not important. We should be dinging 6 on this crab spawning in 10 seconds time. But to be able to deny that timer from Sutek for just a little bit longer is going to be nice. You also spot the Nocturne on their Raptors as they head towards that top side. And I'd argue it's a fairly worth trade. I will note this Nocturne, or this Wukong, sorry, not as strong as potentially they could be, opting for the Phage instead of the Sheen, which is one of the debates that I still am not quite sure of. I always know that I prefer Sheen and a longsword just because you get that empowered auto so much more often. As we see Wukong and Nocturne both dinging 6 at this moment. They're both pathing towards mid.
This is the big difference maker level as well, especially for this Nocturne. As we do see Colin try to go in, try to get that knock up, but unfortunately, just going to go wide. And notably, Maddie is going to get that level 6 up first. Wow. And that is just going to be first blood, done, dusted, sent back to that gray screen. It's Maddie, massive play there.
Yeah, I mean, great play for Maddie, and maybe just...
And that might just be Sutek down as they go in unaware that the Wukong's already in the area, and they punish Sutek with a little bit of disorganized play there. So it's going to be 1-for-1 across the map, but notably XSV Hydra still going to have a little bit of the lead.
Yeah, a critical error, I think, for XSV. You get a great play on the bot side and a tragic one in the mid lane as we get a nice little peek at the Valley of Summoner's Rift. But yeah, I mean, Maddie going forward there, I think Available Cub, I'm not really sure if they were prepared for the flash auto from the Corki, but with the large rocket as well as the auto attack with that Sheen, it just was too much damage for Available Cub to react to. And unfortunately, you know, in the mid lane then, it was a great counterplay from Not Important. He was able to track Nocturne the entire way there. And that's one of those timers that we always talk about, Soren, where it's, you have your Nocturne, you have this big ulti ability that you need to make sure you have some impact with. And unfortunately for this time, it did not go the way of the Nocturne player. And so critically, you're going to be down without an ulti for about 2 minutes time, and trying to find some impact while doing so is going to be difficult. And Not Important should be able to base here and get the majority of their components for the triport here, as the spot side for XSV is going so well.
Yeah, and I think very scarily as well for Syndicate is that the top side is going pretty darn well as well. It's what, about a 15-ish CS lead. They're about to crash a wave too. I guess, sorry, TP is going to be used, so it's not going to be too detrimental. But that is going to be like a 15 CS lead for the Swain. And notably, it's going into when the grubs are available. Wukong is going to get it started, though. I think we are going to have the Nocturne in the area, but I don't know if they're reading that the grubs are already being started.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of to be expected, though. The Swain based, your Syndra should be able to match. BKP's already at half HP and half mana. Sutek, if you walk in here, you will die.
And they try to go for the grubs. Not Important spots them out. Ultimate on to the top laner just to get out of dodge. That is going to be a very nice play from Not Important and Sean, as the rest of the team is going to be able to come up, help take these grubs. And it's going to be 3 grubs for nothing. Sutek has to use their ultimate again just to survive.
Yeah, and that's another timer that's going to be so good for Syndicate now. Nocturne not able to have their ulti for a second time, as well as no flash as well. So no way to close the gap. This is going really well for Syndicate here. I mean, they're scaling into this game nicely. Kills are equal. They're down about 600 gold. That should be all, I believe, in Maddie's pocket and maybe some in Espada's pocket as well. But it's looking really well as the grand entrance from Get Colin is just doing some supportive combat. Shouldn't be anything too crazy here as Bubble does land.
A little
That
bit
should
of
be
poking
all
and
she
prodding.
wrote.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Sutek's in the area if they want to try, but no, they're just going to back away. Yeah, everyone's showing a lot of presence down towards bot side. Not too surprising. Sure, vision is going to be a big factor as Drake is going to be up in about 23 seconds as we are going to get our first pause of the game, as I think it was not important, is going to DC.
Yeah, I mean, we could take this moment to pause and talk about what's been happening in this game so far. I am a little bit concerned for Sutek. I feel like that covering of the play, it's not a big thing for most people, but as a jungler, I notice that his camps are up on the bot side, and he instead opted for a low potential play to support the taking of a ward when on a champion like Nocturne, when you don't have flash, when you don't have ulti, it's with respect, you're basically a melee minion because you have no way to gap close onto very mobile champions. And so I slightly worry for the mental of Sutek because I feel like having 2 plays blown with your ulti is really unfortunate. It's unlucky for any jungler who experiences that. I guess we're taking a look at chat on screen, but that's that's one of those things where you start to get desperate sometimes. I've fallen victim to this, and I think everyone in their time has fallen victim to needing to get themselves back into a game that they feel they may have made a mistake in. Granted, I think Sutek is still pretty okay. Fairly even on gold. Their team, as I said, up 400 gold. A lot of that in Maddie's pocket. If possible, Romeo or MB, whoever's screen this is, if we can get the items, that'd be great. Yeah, I mean, as we take a look here, I'm gonna crash out.
There you go. I was waiting
Would
for
you like to tell the people why I'm saying that? Would you like to remind
I
them
don't
as
even
to my stance? Oh,
I
thank you so kindly for
yeah.
highlighting the item.
There we go. Yeah, of course, of course. It's been the same crash out for like what 3-4 weeks now.
People
I've
don't
just
learn.
been waiting
I
for
mean,
it.
do they not watch the streams back? Do they not look at the item gold values? Like, hello?
I think they're ignoring you on purpose just to make you mad, which I personally agree with. I think it's very fun. I think it's very entertaining. Okay, not important. It's gonna reconnect.
I mean, look
Is
at Swain's items. Look at Swain's items. Swain bought a tier, knew they'd be harassing, knew they'd be clearing waves. I guarantee you this tier doesn't turn into anything later on in the game. It is going to be something that allows them to scale into their Roa, and then they will get rid of it later on. We should be getting back into the game shortly. Wukong did reconnect, so hopefully after these players finish whatever bathroom or water breaks they are doing, we should be able to get into it. Is Zaya? Okay, we are back. Very cool.
hey, yeah.
Zaya, by the way, these items are miserable for 80 carries, by the way. You have a slingshot versus an essence reaver, and don't worry, this isn't a real pause. This is just something that the client does to buffer the video to make sure that the spectator continues to remain.
The audio cue is broken. The audio cue is broken, so you just hear them repeat it audio over and over
at least
again.
It's not the sweeper sound. That's the one that
fair.
gets you.
That is fair. There we go, and we finally break out of stasis. That is going to be, again, just as a reminder, Drake is going to be up here in the next 5 seconds, so Drake is going to become a factor. Sutek already in the area. We already saw a lot of vision being put down towards bot side as well. It's going to be the Hextech, so no Hextech soul to be played for. I don't know if Sean's fan club is even going to go for it. I think they're happy to hand this away, or they're just completely unaware of it being taken, but with everyone being gone from bot lane, I'm sure they have an inkling.
Swain did move down to mid as Syndra engaged it in that top mid bush. So they were aware that something was going on, and with Ornn hitting the top tower, they were more comfortable with the scaling, so they're pretty chill with it. I will say Zaya was also based, and so the timers around the entire map were not great for Syndicate to respond to that. But this could potentially be a play here. No wards in the river for the side of XSV, only that one in the bush.
Okay, double charm comes through. The Wukong tries to get involved. Tech trying to find something on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, is also just blinding everyone down on bot side, making that engage very difficult. Here comes the TP. Is it just a little bit too late? Swain tries to find something to dodge. And that is going to be the getaway. Big investment from top side, but also big investment from that Wukong just to come up short. But across the board, a lot of usage, no kills.
Yeah, a lot of summoners blown across the map here. As not important, it's going to wrap back onto this bot side.
Hey, yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to get away for a second time.
Oh,
never mind, the damage from the Corki is absolutely diabolical. Maddie finds the Wukong. That's going to be 2 kills for this man in the jet stream.
Yeah, this Corki is so strong currently on this Essence Reaver. It is a different style of Corki than we normally see. Normally, we will see those Triforce with the mana immune Corkis, but this is going to be a crit damage Corki. And especially with that Nami behind them, with the additional damage being dealt, it's super important that your engages have to be clean. You have to have the right amount of HP to make the play. And unfortunately, not important, was not able to make that play, and a great flash from Maddie as well to disengage. I mean, we talked about it a bit in draft, but Corki is probably one of the better champions to be playing versus this Wukong. You're able to lay down the red carpet underneath you with that Valkyrie. As some nice trading in the mid. BKP going to get super low. Unleash power, not going to do enough damage to the Orianna, but will force the flash away. Great trading in the mid. We're starting to see some of this advantage from this Syndra finally start to show. Did opt to go for that Luden's Echo in the mid lane. Or is it still called Luden's Echo? I might be having an old man moment.
I think it's called.
Is it Luden's Echo?
I think so.
Luden's Echo.
Yeah,
okay.
You have me questioning myself. Yeah, it's Luden's Echo.
No, my brain went to Luden's Echo being the being the jungle item in the past. Where it was like the AP jungle item. That might have also been called Luden's Echo, but I can't remember. Anyway, regardless, that Syndra's looking really good in the mid lane with a lot of great damage going on to their counterpart. And unfortunately on the bot side, as you want to talk about it, Available Cub did use that flash to try and set up the play when not important was on the bot side, but messed up their feather pull, tried to flash and grant the root onto the bot laners of Maddie in their handbag, and instead missed. So no flash on the 80 carry for Syndicate. And with third dragon spawning in 2 minutes time, it's going to be very tough for this bot side to play, considering the lead that both Maddie has, as well as the lack of playmaking tools that are available to Syndicate.
Yeah, notably, we saw it there for a second thanks to our observer, but I mean, there is actually not a lot of vision control here for Sean's fan club. Syndicate really only having that one ward down towards Drake, you know, right by mid. Oh no, that is just gonna be one dead Syndra. There was nothing that AGNC could do about it. And that is going to set them up pretty darn well. It's also a kill over to the Orianna, as we do see this wet noodle fight evolve into something else, as Spada trying to fight a pick onto Sean, throwing everything in the kitchen sink, but unfortunately the damage just not quite there, and with a gap in the mid lane, Sutek is going to make an appearance in the Baron pit and pick up this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, finally this lead is starting to snowball a little bit for XSV, getting that kill in the mid lane. Did blow the flash last time, so Sutek making full use of their investment in the mid lane. Granted, it took, I think, 4 ultis, but we finally got a kill out of the Nocturne ulti, so well done to the XSV side there. I will say it has led to a great pickup in this Rift Herald, which should allow them to start pushing against the Syndra, should allow them to start pushing against the Xayah as well. And as we take a look at this Xayah, we could see the disparity in items currently in this bot side. A Zeal plus a Unitals versus an Essence Reaver and a BF and Cloak. That is, while it may be only 800 gold, that is a massive amount of firepower difference between the Corki and the Xayah. And so much so that I would argue that Xayah might die in 6 autos to this Corki if they have E on them currently. And we're gonna get a big fight here in the mid lane. Everyone moving towards this bot side bush. And Wukong will get spotted.
Yeah, everyone's setting up for it. A little bit of back and forth. Colin tries to go in on Maddie. Some util use, but not going to land or find anything.
Here.
So that's going to be a couple big cooldowns. Rift Herald. He's going to be found, knocked up the Ornn, and actually, I don't think they're even gonna try. No, that's going
Sean?
to be the first Drake secured by Syndicate. Meanwhile, Sean trying to take this fight. Lutek gonna dodge out of the way. Rift Herald still doing damage to that mid-tier 1. They're gonna get the Drake, but it's gonna be pretty costly for the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is
And
a great
top
trade
lane,
for
never
XSV.
mind.
No, this is phenomenal for XSV. They're able to get this top tower. They're able to use the pressure from those first 2 dragons to allow Swain to increase their lead in this top side. Already finished with that Ryalize, and is going to be working towards if it is that tier. I'm going to look real dumb. Oh my goodness, the shot in the dissonance does so much damage. Yeah, I mean, big wins in the mid lane now. This Orianna is fully online. That's going to be a second tower towards XSV. And some great team play. A good roam from Maddie's handbag. Takes down the 80 carry of Syndicate, who unfortunately died again with both summoners available to them, as well as that Featherstorm. So, not going to be a game 1 Andy. But, I mean, this is a lot of the time, these are warm-up games. Game 1s are always rough. I will remind people that Syndicate did 2-0 XSV in regular season. Granted, they were playing with a different mid laner, I believe. And so XSV might have the advantage coming from that top side of the bracket. As we take a look, 18 minutes, 3,000 gold in favor of XSV, 2 dragons to their name. And they're looking pretty solid.
Yeah, at this point in the game, I think it's more about fundamentals. I mean, they already have a pretty healthy lead. They don't have to do anything crazy to continue. They pretty much just need to continue to slowly choke away any means for a comeback from Syndicate, but some good, healthy play, smart player around the Drake pit to continue the stacking, deny them any Barons, just almost completely one-shot the Syndra down on bot side. All of these things will do them wonders just to keep them in the game and slowly choke out Syndicate Sean's fan club. The hope and the goal right now is for them to just slowly whittle them away, so even if they get to the late game, that Syndicate just do not have the resources to pull back and come back, even with their hard scaling champions.
Yeah, both supports are here, but CA Colin is unseen currently. I think we'll finally get spotted out on this cannon minion, but I mean, the damage for BKP onto Tiny Tibbs was significant there. The 2-item Orianna, both of which have built magic resistance boots in the interest of not getting one-shot by the other laner. That's actually a very funny thing to see, because both junglers, normally you'll see defensive boots from the Orianna is pretty normal versus Syndra, but for Syndra to also go the magic defense boots versus the Orianna is very funny. Credit and respect given to BKP with that item purchase. Typically, Syndra's only will do that if it's like a very burst heavy mage. Oftentimes, the Sorcerer Shoes or even the Stride March are both very good on the champion to make her super shifty and -1 and do that little bit of extra damage. And with Dragon spawning in less than 2 minutes time, we're going to slowly start seeing these supports try and make plays to the bot side. Critically, BKP.
Okay, not important. It's going to be spotted out. That is massive to know that the Wukong's already in the area. That tells Hydra a lot with how close the next Drake fight is. Colin's going to be noted, and I don't know if they're going to be able to get away. Nearsighted. The speed is enough, and that is going to be the Rakan getting out. KP, excuse me.
He might be in trouble
a little low. Flash is
nice
going to be
might be in trouble here.
for Orianna. And that is handbag.
Now there's a
Flash
TP.
TP coming from behind. This nothing fight is suddenly becoming something. Wave comes through. Not important. Knocked up. Root it even though they're in the clone. Swain ultimate comes through. That mid-tier 1's not down. They're going to go in anyway. Not important. It's going to be found. AGNC sitting in the turret. It's going to be a 5-man dive. Double for the Swain. And they might even try to go for this turret. And then as soon as they take it, they're just going to turn around and look for this Drake. Colin and Sean can't do nothing but sit back to watch.
That is a car crash seen in the slowest of motions. I was shocked by what just transpired there. Ornn didn't TP. The Swain looked to be griefing there as we get Nocturne ulti again onto the Xayah. No flash available now for this Nocturne, but the flash feather pull finally going to be used. Not going to land onto anyone, unfortunately. And that's really important that they're able to force Xayah out of lane now with 16 seconds left on the dragon spawn time. Maddie is low. So is the Nami. looks like they're gonna get their bases off as we take a look. Once again, I don't think we have time for this replay with the dragon up, but we get to take another peek at this engagement here. And yeah, I mean, it's just a nice wave from Maddie Sandbag to stun and not quite landing onto the Swain. And just great awareness and great knowledge of how much damage that tower is going to do from Espada. Just walk through and set up for this fight. Dragon Star.
As we do see, Drake is gonna already be whittled down by about a quarter. Not important, he's trying to stay in the pit. Big stun, huge charm, or knock up onto the back line. And now XSV Hydra trying to run away. Never mind, they're gonna go in because BKB is able to find one. Drake is still alive. Maddie's on a killing spree. And that is going to be a massive fight turn into their favor. They lose one member early, but the damage is too much. They get the kills, they get the Drake, and Sutek is hungry for more and is going to chase it, and it's going to find it as well.
Yeah, that might be Baron started for the side of XSV. It's going to be 5 members still alive and only the Syndra left to try and push down this bot side. I said it in draft and I'll restate it here. If we're not able to take down this Swain in the initial engagement of the fight, it is going to be very difficult for them to win. And this is a Hunter Baron. It's going to do a lot of damage to the side of XSV here. We saw how much those circles were already doing. Sutek's super low from taking this Baron, as we see now the Swain trying to tank it up. Should be able to go down without any issue moving forward. But yeah, I mean, great fight from the side of XSV. They're able to disengage back into their jungle and allow Espada to play the flank here. Unfortunately, this is a massive whiff from CA Colin on this quickness into the grand entrance. Doesn't hit anyone with this knockup, and then Sean, unfortunately, not able to follow either. And just a great shockwave from BKP onto 3, and then that's just all she wrote. Espada finally joins with the Demonic Ascension and is able to just walk them down for the rest of it. Nice bubble from Mattis Handbag as well to catch the Ornn trying to walk away. And it's now both Soul Point and Baron being warned by XSV. And the writing might be on the wall for game number 1. Unfortunately, I don't think they were able to reach their scaling in time. I think even with the gold being this close, the amount of damage and shred being done by XSV might be too much for Syndicate.
Yeah, it is certainly looking a little bit dire. And on top of that, XSV Hydra, I have to give him a lot of credit beyond just really good target prio, really good positioning. The entire team kind of just standing between the entirety of Syndicate and the Drake, basically body blocking them out of the possibility of trying to go for a steal. As we do see a big engage, a double stun up, shutdown coming out onto the Syndra. That is huge as the health bars get whittled away. No Baron, no problem, as they're able to find picks. They're hunting for the Nocturne. They're going to be able to find it as well. They know where Swain is, but never mind. Rakan's still alive, so they're going to try to go in. Never mind. Rakan, what are you doing? That is one fried up Rakan. But Sean's going to at least keep them away, so these next 2 members are able to push down mid and get even more value.
Yeah, no, a fantastic engage from XSV there to be able to catch. I'm sorry, a fantastic engage from Syndicate there to catch XSV unaware in that mid lane. Unfortunately, not able to set up enough vision around the mid lane to support their push there. As we see, not important in Tiny Tips. Great stun from the Syndicate there to get this one going. And then the Cyclone followed by the quickness just absolutely won the day for this blue side here. And plays like that could definitely get you back into the game with the bounty system currently the way it is and the catch of XP as well. There are only a few mistakes that you can make before we have a couple. What are you doing? Why are you even? Why are you there? I imagine
server look away. Something like that.
I imagine their base got stopped, unfortunately, and they potentially based in a greedy location. Should be pretty inconsequential. Didn't use any sums, didn't use any abilities, but it will be. Power dropped on the top side, and that mid lane push did end up taking both the first and second tier tower in mid. And yeah, I mean, Goldie now shrinking even more as Conveyable Cub just.
Oh no, they just didn't leave.
Yeah, they just didn't.
They just didn't leave. GNC walks away, and I guess Conveyable Cub just did not get the memo. Gets left behind. Drake's gonna be up in about a minute, so that is gonna be why everyone is making their way down. It is gonna be a fight over vision and control early. Colin gonna be able to dodge out of the way of that ability.
Sorry, not to interrupt. If we could take a peek at the Syndra stacks to see where she is on her souls. I know it's a bit of a pain for you, Romeo, but if we could take a quick peek at that before this dragon gets properly set up. I am curious to see how Tibbs is doing. We are at 112 on this intersex, so should have that execute, I believe, on her ulti available to her. I need to double check that. But yeah, I mean, doing really well, almost to the point of the extra AP she gets, and scaling pretty well into this game. Granted, reminder, it is soul point for the side of XSV, and if they are able to get this, it is going to be even harder for the side of Syndicate to kill them. Again, very burst heavy team, this Syndicate side. And if they're not able to take them down through this initial Ocean Dragon, Tibbs is going to get a very nice amount of damage onto Sutek there.
Yeah, that's going to put Sutek in a very awkward position. Has to going to play a lot safer, especially as they are one of the primary engages for the side, but the vision is just so lacking. That is going to be huge. That gives away the location of at least 3. Sean's going to be the one to walk up first. Takes a little bit of damage, but is going to be more than happy to go for it. Sutek gets the healing from the Nami, so Sutek's back into the action without too much of a difference. Orange, Sean taking a little bit, trying to be the wall, but is getting chunked out slowly. Drake is finally going to get started. Orn investing that ultimate's going to find 2. The interrupt onto the Rakan makes it costly. Wukong into the back line, tries to pull everything away. AGNC finds 1, but Swain's still in the mix. That's going to be a big problem as both teams now working with a little bit of low health. Double stun out from Tiny Tibbs, but now both teams playing cautious. Drake, only a little bit of damage dealt.
There's no smite here.
Swain has to, never mind, he's gonna go back in. Those health bars are low for blue side. BKB has to play careful. It is gonna be a race. It is gonna be a very close affair. Sean trying to be the wall is gonna be able to do so. Drake is secured. Engage comes through. They find 1. They're going Jason 4. Double stun up from the Syndra. Might just be the death knell here, as they're gonna be able to find a Corki as well. And the tide has suddenly turned.
Yeah, I don't know what XSV are doing sticking around like that. Nocturne has been dead for almost their entire death timer, and they're just staring them down. You don't have the engage, you don't have the front line in the Swain or the Nocturne available to you. There is not a chance that you're able to fight this against Syndicate. This fight is really good for Syndicate. They're able to split the Swain away from their backline and allow Wukong to just be that pest and slow the fight down. And by the time they re-engage, Nocturne is already dead, and Espada is already going to be running out of their ulti. And back on live, they're just pushing to the base, going to be taking down that inhib tower as well as an engagement from the bot side. Wave pop to try and slow them down. But, yeah, I mean, I'm surprised we didn't cut back. Anyway, doesn't matter. I don't know what XSV are doing here. They're sticking around, don't have a smite available to them. TP comes in from Sean as well. BKP flash forced, and I think they're just hoping that Not Important is going to whiff their smite. Like, they realize it now, but by that time, it's too late. Sean with a nice flash forward and a searing charge to knock up 2, and then a fantastic double stun from Tibbs is able to take down both Espada and Maddie. Cable Cub, get some payback for the lane base.
Yeah, the pair of double stuns from AGNC, Tiny Tibbs, as well as Sean really set them up for victory in that late stage. Was able to keep everyone around, was allowing time for Conveyable Cub and Not Important, and even Colin to really get back into the fray after having to back away a little bit during the early stages. As we do see Espada might be in a little bit of trouble here, is going to pop the ultimate. Sean's going to go in, just played it, but the entire gang has pulled up Espada. You have stayed around a little bit too long. Now, in theory, there is a Baron angle, and you can see the pings. However, mid-tier 2 is down, so it might be costly here.
Yeah, Syndra is going to look to try and base here to respond to the push. And that might be difficult if Sutek is able to go for a steal here. It might be tough. No, the Baron will go down now.
Okay,
it looks like they're trying to pinch.
Yeah, they're going to be able to find Sutek almost certainly. They are going to lose that mid-tier 2. And actually, no, Sutek just a little bit too much movement speed. So they're going to be able to get Baron, but it cost them their tier 2 and tier 3. They're going hunting in their own jungle. BKB is going to be spotted out. Sean, Colin looking for it. Not the turnaround. Maddie trying to get away with the handbag. Also, just barely stays away. They're not done. They're going hunting still. They want this. There's no tier 2 or tier 1 to hold them back either.
Cyclone is available, but the team is so far.
Okay, big engagement after Wukong down.
Oh,
Oh
the
no,
Ornn.
it could be devastating, but the damage from the Syndra! AGNC might be the sub, but they are putting the team on their back right now with the damage. Remember when I said at the very beginning, during the draft, that this game has a timer? I fear the clock is ringing. The timer, I think, has run its course as they are going hunting for the final picks. The tier 4 is down. Swain cannot live through. The Nexus falls as well. It's a rough mid-game, but Syndicate Sean's fan club take game number 1.
Yeah, and I'd argue the better composition wins there. Fantastic play from Syndicate to keep their heads in this one and then look for their angle to turn this one around. Again, as you said, led the way by Tibbs with this Syndra with some massive double stuns throughout this entire game. Just a fantastically played comeback all around from this blue side here, and they never really let it go. They decided this is going to be our game. I think, I don't really know. They just played it to perfection, the comeback, and I'm excited if that's the type of game one where we get where it's a one side getting a massive lead using their strengths to then the other side slowly grinding to try and use their own strengths as well to win the game. This is exactly the type of stuff that we want to be seeing here in our lower bracket finals. I'm super excited for the rest of the series, Soren.
Yeah, you really do know it's going to be an absolute banger when I'm yelling and it's only game number 1. I'm not going to have a voice by the end of the night. But with that being said, of course, it is just game number 1 of this best of 5. We're going to send it over to a quick break. And when we're back, we're going to be getting into the draft for game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone.
Uh,
We are live without the stream currently because MB hasn't shared his screen yet.
we're dealing with some technical difficulties.
We will
has
get you as
lost
soon
power
as we
twice.
can. But I will look at the stream through Romeo's stream as we take a peek at. Oh, okay. Just kidding.
There we go.
I can't see anything. I can't. I can't see anything.
Oh,
There we
it's
go. We're good
fine.
now. We're good. Okay, got it now. Fantastic. Here we are with the draft in their pick order. It looks as though we have stuck on the same sides. Yeah, I mean, we could take a quick peek at the rundown. First phase bans were Kane, Ziggs, and Jarvan for Syndicate, and Alawi, Mordekaiser, and Ash for XSV. It looks as though we're gonna be playing with some Victor bot lane. You know what? It's fine. Victor bot is fine, or Victor mid is fine. Sorry, with Varus bot, with Gwen top, Trundle jungle, and Alistar support. I like that composition. On the other side, we are looking at a Jhin Taric bot lane with Hui mid, Shyvana jungle, and Sion top. It's definitely, I would argue, another Syndicate favorite draft. I think Gwen and Trundle will absolutely feast in this draft. I think it all comes down to how well Maddie's handbag can use that Taric ulti to stall out the fights.
Yeah, I agree. I think Syndicate definitely has a bit of the edge here, especially in the draft. I don't know, something about Jin. I know he's getting a lot more popularity, but I just don't know. I don't think I'm a big Jin believer. And that combination that you pointed out, that Gwen and Trundle, I could see that being a really big problem. And on top of that, there's just some really good CC options. Obviously, Trundle and the Pillar being able to disrupt movement. Then you have Alistair with the dive in and the knock-up, plus the ult from the the Varus. There's some really good lockdown potential that allows Sean, or this Victor, to just kind of burst him down from range, or Gwen to go in pretty aggressively. So I think there's just some really good synergy on the side of Syndicate. And again, Hydra, I don't think is a bad composition. I just think I lean Syndicates a little bit more.
Yeah, my problem is sort of who is going to kill the Gwen? Who is going to get close enough to the Gwen to actually deal the damage? Because Gwen is immune from Hui damage while in W. Same with Jin damage. And Shyvana and Sion are not really the best at dealing with her. Shyvana will probably be struggling to deal with the Trundle, with the Subjugate as well as the Chomp, taking away her stats. And then again, it's just gonna be Taric trying to land the stuns, and you're having to do all that while dodging out from Victor lasers, Varus arrows, and Alistar knockups. And so it is just going to be very difficult for XSV to deal with this.
Yeah, I know.
Ghost
It
sneeze.
is
Ghost sneeze. It was a ghost sneeze. But yeah, no, I think this Gwen is going to be a big problem for XSV to deal with. I actually am curious as to which. I imagine it's going top for Sean. There is a world where Trundle can go top and be the pain in the butt versus Sion. It probably isn't, just because the Gwen is going to be a much better side laner later on. But curious to see how it goes. I think if you are XSV, your winning position is just trying to make sure that you push as hard as you can in mid and bot and really try and stack dragons, but it's going to be difficult because Trundle is a very good early duelist. And while all this fighting is going on bot, Gwen is free scaling up on the top. And Sion is not really able to survive the Gwen, even if he is permanently wave clearing. And I just know that I'm going to see another Hollowed Radiance on the Sion, and I'm going to crash out. Even though Sion has like so few mana problems that this quote wave clear excuse is just not needed. Like go tier into Fawn into Unending Despair, and you're just like you're happy. You take no damage, you have movement speed and extra MR, and you're unkillable as long as the Gwen's not hitting you with the middle part of her Q. My recommendation doesn't have to be the case. But yeah, I mean I'm really struggling to find the way XSV wins unless it's like massive oversteps from Syndicate and like fighting when you don't have a lead or various things as we take a closer look at these compositions.
Yeah, and it is pretty much exactly what we expect. This is what the final lineup is. It is going to be a Spada on that Scion, Shyvana in the jungle, operated by Sutek, BKB picking back up where they left off on the mage with the Hui this time. Maddie going to be doing the Jin. And then we have that Taric. And again, I think you're absolutely right. A lot of the pressure is going to be on the Taric. And I really think that a lot of the pressure is also going to be on this Scion, which is not great because, like you said, this Gwen is almost certainly going to be going top and is going to kind of bully Scion for the vast majority of the rest of the game. So that is going to be a big problem with XSV Hydra. Shyvana and Hui, though, I think are the two characters I'm really looking at. Obviously, Jin does a lot. I don't think I'm relying on Jin to hard carry this matchup, however. So a lot of weight is going to be on Sutek and BKB to do a lot of the damage, to follow up on Maddie's handbag, to find a lot of the opportunities and make those moments matter when it's finally time for them to find picks early.
I do wonder what build Sutik is going to go for on Shyvana, because I don't think really either of them are that good this game, unfortunately. If there were still some sort of AP build on the Shyvana, that'd probably be preferable, but it probably is going to be just like a Shojin, probably Rush, or a Triforce, one of the two for Shyvana. If it's Kraken Slayer, I think it's a big problem. I don't think Kraken Slayer does anything for you this game. But taking a look again at this blue side, just a very solid composition overall. I think the bot lane might be maybe the toughest thing to play around. I think Alistar versus Taric, unfortunately, very difficult to play. But I mean, the Varus is going to be a phenomenal champion. Victor, obviously, S tier pick as well. And Gwen, in this situation versus this composition, should be unkillable after her first item, I'd argue, depending on what item Sean goes for. There are worlds rather, where Sean can lose to Shopkeeper and, not go uh whatever the item is called. I'm forgetting the name of it, the new one. But yeah, I mean, taking a look again at these teams finally in order, I still like Syndicate's comp better.
Yeah, I do think we're going to be going to break. It looks like we might still be having some technical issues on the back end, so we do apologize. We're going to send it to break, and when we're back, we're going to be going right into game number 2. Do not go anywhere.
1, 2. All my audio's on.
Despite everything and the right client trying to sabotage us, we will not be denied a game number 2. We are already into the game. It is 3-1 in favor of XSV Hydra, getting off to a really good start here. As what we thought was going to be a strong lane up on top side, we are coming back to see Sean very low on health and Sion at least holding their own.
Yeah, we absolutely are. It shouldn't be sharing Discord anymore, I don't think. Are we good, MB? Or do I still need to mess with this? Well, it doesn't matter. We're getting into it a bit. Not important. Ooh, they're gonna get flash on by CA Colin here, and it will be first blood, or not first blood, but it will be some more blood going the way of Syndicate here. Unfortunately, I am gonna be running the spectate myself, so I might get a little bit sidetracked. Apologies to those watching, but Sword is gonna be here helping me out, and yeah, we are already 4 minutes into this game, unfortunately. So sorry you guys missed some action, but Riot being Riot, we were unable to get into the client, but we are here now, and we are rocking.
Notably, just to get a little bit of the landscape here, notably Gwen is immune up on the top side, because of course she is. Just to get a little bit of the landscape, 2 kills on the side of Syndicate Sean's fan cub. 1 is going to be on the Trundle, the other one on the Victor. Victor is going to be feeling pretty good. Meanwhile, the bot lane for XSV Hydra is where most of the blood has been spilled. XSV Hydra getting 1 kill apiece on their bot laner, so gonna be feeling pretty darn nice. Obviously, probably want both of them on the Jhin, but they're not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. Meanwhile, Shyvana also has 1 kill, but I'm assuming traded out at one point. So it is gonna be 1-1 and 0 for the Shyvana. We have a lot of big components being bought up here. We're officially crossing that 5-minute threshold, and first strike is on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be that Ocean Dragon Flash Flow from Maddie's handbag. Going to be landing onto Conveyable Cub as the Varus takes so much damage from the Jhin, who's already on that BF sword 5 minutes into the game. And we're seeing it again. This has been the trend in these 2 games so far. Maddie and their handbag absolutely putting in work on this boss side here. As Sean going in for a bit of a trade. And this is supposed to be the norm in this top side. It's just going to be Gwen absolutely pushing in the Sion. But yeah, I mean, so far, so good for this XSV side, but that was also the case in the last game, and we saw how that one went.
Yeah, and notably here, XSV Hydra, their bot side is able to push in Syndicates, which means that this Drake is almost certainly going to be secured, as all 3 members of jungle and both bot laners are going to go to start it up, and there's really nothing this Trundle can do. Sean is just chasing his spot down, and unfortunately that Q is just immediately interrupted. Gwen is immune, because again, of course she is. First Drake is going to be secured. Ocean going the way of red side. XSV Hydra going to be looking and feeling pretty good. Not a substantial gold lead, though. That's a notable difference. Right now, really only the buff from that Drake separating these 2 sides overall.
Yeah, I mean, it is just going to be that first Ocean Dragon, which is going to be very nice, considering you are playing as the Sion and into the Gwen, who's going to be trading so aggressively into you. Yeah, I mean, just looking around so far, Trundle going to be working towards that Triforce. Same goes for the Shyvana. I am curious what Maddie's first item is going to be, and if it is going to be that Yuntal, that could be very interesting for them.
Jeez, this poor Sion.
See some invading going on.
Unplayable position, just struggling so hard. But yep, that is going to be an invade. I don't think they're even going to try to contest. Shyvana's up on top side. Might try to go for a little bit of assistance here. Maybe try to find a collapse on the Sean, but Sean should at least expected a spot. Spot is just taking that. Interesting. Sean's going to take a shot from the turret at least. But Espada very low on health. Does have to back away eventually here.
Yeah. I mean, we'll just walk that one back. No mana left on this Sion. And I'm curious as to what that rejuvenating beat is going to be going into. This Sion, unfortunately, out of mana. But doing a good job keeping up in CS. As it looks like it will be Yuntal and BF Sword.
Okay. HNC is going to go in, try to punish the Shyvana, but not going to be able to do so. Just a little bit of chip damage being done. Grubs are up. Trundle going to be on that top side by themselves. So it looks like overall it's going to end up being a Drake for Grubs trade. I actually kind of like that, though, for Syndicate Sean's fan club. They're going to be able... Oh, Spada. This might be rough. Unfortunately, I think they were expecting that recall to come through, but I don't know if Sean's going to have enough damage to do too much, but at least is going to be able to do a significant chunk of the Scion's health.
Yeah, critically though, Sean opted to stick around, as you said, and as we just witnessed. That's going to be a little bit problematic, although not going to be able to get to their base. It will be Grubs taken by the side of Syndicate, and now Sean finally hoping to try and take this base, but the waves are going to be coming back, and it's not a cannon wave anymore, which means that it's going to be very easy for Espada to shove this one out. Fails to stop the base. It's Maddie's handbag walking in.
Oh, massive knock up there to interrupt. Maddie's handbag taking a good chunk of damage, but we'll be able to get out. But that's a massive trade going over to the side of Syndicate Sean's fan club. We do see them eventually get pushed back under turret, but Trundle is in the area. Way. Okay, never mind. I thought Way might be making their way down, but no. And just a roam to get a ward. Trundle could try to make something happen here.
It could, but there is the entire jungle available, unfortunately, to them, so they should just be trying to pass up to take that one. We are going to get Dragon in 90 seconds time, and it will be that Mountain Dragon spawning on the Rift. So, again, another nice one for the side of XSV if they're able to pick that up. Just some nice extra resistances in this game. One in which you're going to have to be dealing with a lot of poke. As we see just some more trading from Sean on the top side. And Espada, I believe, is going to be going for some more magic resistance here as in the mid, some trading, BKP, and Tibbs.
Okay. Taking some good damage. Tibbs is going to be hit by the ultimate. Going to go very low, but not quite enough to be completely dealt with. Will get out, but by the skin of their teeth. And like you said, with that Drake coming up here relatively soon, just 40 seconds, this recall might be a little bit expensive. Shyvana getting a lot of free roam into that bottom side jungle, including that ward. So they're going to have a lot of vision for when Syndicate try to move forward and contest this Drake if they want.
And, I mean, some good trading in the mid. Those ultis were exchanged. But yeah, I mean, we're starting to see it. These mid laners are getting chippy, and whichever jungler is going to be able to get there first should be able to have a massive impact. Granted, it is still that kill lead for Tiny Tibbs, which does mean that they are able to have that extra little bit of items in inventory. Currently, it's just manifesting in that Dark Steel and the health potion. But I would argue the boots from BKP are just as important to Sean. Again, doing some more trading on the top side, but a lot of pings going around the bot. Dragon does get started.
Okay, a little bit of an early engage. Not important, getting very low and rooted up. Curtain call comes through. They're hunting for something. The Shyvana ultimate. It's going to land on the 3, but Shyvana is taking a lot of damage in the process. Not important. Rooted up is very low, but not quite. Sutek gets found. Jungler is down. It's traded out to Mayable Cub to be felled. The health bars are so low. 2 for 1. Make it a 3 as the double kill comes out from the Jhin. Absolutely amazing from them. They want even more. Tiny Tibbs, very low. The root is so clean for the Jhin. I may have been a little bit too early to doubt the 4-man.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the power of these champions early on. The Jhin and the Hui doing so much damage. The curtain call over the top absolutely penned in the side of Syndicate. It was over before it really even began. And with that, I mean, the gold lead spiking to 2,000. But before we get ahead of ourselves, we've seen this rodeo before. Sean still has yet to join the fray. Did not opt to go for the Sheen item first. As Sutek gonna try and start this one up again. No Dragon's Descent as Colin's gonna whiff the and get... I'm so far ahead. I'm so sorry. For those of you wondering how that happened, how I can see the future. Since I'm the one observing, I have it on my main monitor, and I accidentally saw that first and started casting it. But the Dragon is now going to get started. 2K already.
Yeah, that is going to be very low health bar.
Okay, it is going to be secured. Blue team takes it 1-1 in terms of the Drake. But Sean once more tries to find the reset on the ultimate. Don't think they do, however. And in the end, it's a none for none. But Sean's fan club do take the Drake. So they're going to be happy to have taken it. Level out the playing field in terms of the Drake stacking. Now also still have a slight advantage with those grubs in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, that dragon is going to be very nice to even it up. It is also going to be nice to slow down the pace of the game and allow both the Gwen, the Varus, and the Victor to actually catch back up. Taking a look at CS, though, it is just going to be fairly even across the board. The Sway is doing a phenomenal job CSing, though, in the mid lane, keeping at that 10 CS per minute mark. And we're in a bit of a lull state until this Herald spawns in a minute time, so we can do a bit of a check-in on the gold here as we see items completed now. It's fairly even across the board. There is a fairly significant gold lead, though, in that 80 carry spot, about 700 gold in favor of Maddie, as we've seen.
Okay, ultimate comes through, Tark stunned, and that's a lot of damage on the suit tech, but it does not particularly matter. Varus almost finds the steal, but not quite there. Gonna be one kill going over to the side of XSV. The root, and here comes the curtain call. They're gonna have vision, but the duck, dodge, and weave from Conveyable Cub keeps them alive.
Yeah, some nice movement from Conveyable Cub, as you said, to keep them up in this one. And yeah, I mean, Sutek trying to get that one, does get the kill onto CA Colin, who unfortunately was not able to use their flash as they had the unfortunate incident in the river. But yeah, I mean, this gold lead is going to just continue to expand in this bot side. And Maddie is going to be a problem. There really isn't anyone who is going to be getting on top of the Jhin should these fights continue. Although my one concern is that this Jhin build is pretty auto attack heavy. In terms of its focus, you have the proc, the energized proc on this Storm Surge, and so if you're not really able to proc it, you won't be getting the maximum amount out of this item. But it shouldn't really matter. The curtain call should be super strong. As we take a look in this top side now, it's just going to be a bit of trading as BKB trying to get engaged on by Syndicate. And yeah, I mean, nothing really doing too much. Items completed. Triforce for both junglers is going to be massive for these engagements in the next few minutes. And yeah.
Right now, it's a little bit neutral. Spada is going to try, maybe go for a proxy here. Should be at least a little bit successful. Maddie Sandbag keeping an eye on these two that are in this blue side jungle down on bot. They're going to go for an option here. Maddie's going to spot him out. Root comes down onto the Alistair, but in the 1v3, this is going to be awkward. TP comes through. Ghost enabled just to try to survive, and they're going to be able to do so. TP comes through. Espada wants to make an impact. Colin might be in the impact zone. Never mind. Knocks him back, but it might be the sacrificial lamb. I guess sacrificial bull here, just to get the rest of the team out alive. TP is going to come immediately back through. Way, though, going to be going up to the top side to save that wave, while Ripped Herald takes a couple turret plating in mid.
Yeah, it seemed like a good play at the time for the side of Syndicate, but unfortunately the TP coming in just spelled defeat as we get an engagement here. Sutek and Not Important finding each other.
Sutek takes the blast cone right on top of Not Important. Sutek pops the ultimate to come in. Is going to try to find Conveyable Cub, flashes in to get it. Might be a little bit greedy. Going to tank 2 turret shots. That's going to get him low. Maddie is done. Shut down the Jhin. Notably, does not go over to the ADC, however. It's going to be costly up on the top side, though. They lose their ADC. They trade it out overall. They're going to get a turret plating or 2 up on top, though.
Yeah, but that's totally worth. You get the shutdown off of the Jhin, as well as you get to finally get some plates on your Victor. This was probably about the time the 80 carries were going to start leaving their lane anyway. And so for Tibbs to be down on the spot side is for sure what they're looking for. Sean sending a trap for Espada.
Sean tries to go in, is able to find that Q.
once even more in a spot I think just has to respect it. The dash is going to get him out the way. Turret's going to fall. Collins able to find that knock up on the mid laner. BKB trying to live through the damage, but I don't think Unpayable Cub is going to be able to do the same. And that is going to be one dead ADC. This Forest 0-4. Unpayable Cub struggling here in this matchup as Sean goes in for more. Greedy now with this wave, trying to push a spot into an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, that should be Dragon started up now for the side of XSV, and it should be them securing it as well, as now potentially on the top side, Espada might be looked upon as the trade does have the unstoppable onslaught available to them. T-Con's gonna get spotted.
Yeah, Espada, I don't think you live through this, brother. Nope, that is going to be one dead Scion. It's going to have the undead form. They're going to try to do as much damage to this turret as possible. Might even be able to take it. Spada just trying to clear the wave. Not going to be able to do so. And that is going to be the tier 1 in top lane falling. So now both the extremities going to be a little bit weaker for this red side.
Yeah, Sutek in the spot they're not really supposed to be. They do have their team, though, around them.
Okay, the ult comes through to get to the other side. That is going to do some nice work. The Victor ultimate comes through. That's going to be doing a lot of damage to the back line, but it does not matter. Sutek has friends, and their friends are doing some serious damage. The dive in
cone
with the Taric stun is going to be that death nail there. The stun there is not going to be the death of Sutek. They somehow get out alive again. Here comes Sean, though, running in, looking for more.
It's a good thing that Riot Games does not count the Shyvana tail hitbox as being within the tower. Otherwise, Sutek might have been in for a world of trouble. But a great usage of the Super Cone as well as the stun from Maddie's handbag to finish that play there. I mean, I don't know who really bit off more than they could chew. It definitely seemed like Sutek was in the spot they shouldn't be, but Syndicate not respecting the fact that the first move was going to come from the jungler of XSV, was going to come from, the side of XSV rather. Yeah, I mean, as we now take a look, see Colin going to potentially find Sutek again. No Dragon Descent available to them. But this game is shaping up really well for the red side here. I will, again, restate this Gwen, if she is not shut down, will be a massive problem. So it is not all lost for the side of Syndicate. 2 items, though, completed on BKP. Double burn on this way is going to be very problematic to the likes of this Trundle, most likely. As Sean, they go in.
Sean wants it. Tries to go in, but that is such a good combo coming out from the way, who just blows up the Gwen. There's nothing they can do, as BKP is almost certainly going to try to go for this turret. Won't have the minion wave, but we'll get so much CS regardless.
Yeah, BKP doing a phenomenal job in that 1v1. Lands a very nice fear onto the Gwen to keep her from actually landing on top of him. Doesn't even have to use the flash. Does use the Spiraling Despair to knock that one down, but it was well worth it. This Hui is a monster currently on the Rift. And I don't know how I feel about Tibbs' build. I feel like I haven't seen Lichbane on Victor in a very long time.
Yeah, it has been a minute, but now we are going to get into a little bit of a lull here. Baron is up, but doubt anyone's going to really go for it. We're going to see a little bit of vision clearing, but it's just going to be a full recall. Drake up in just under 2 minutes. Maddie's handbag has to be careful. They do not have enough vision to be walking around alone in the river like that. They won't run into anyone, but that ward will be noted at least.
Yeah, I mean, it will be spotted out as Maddie's handbag does, eventually start walking in to retake this topside vision. But with the taking of turns, it is going to be Syndicate who's back now with a fresh set of wards, and it should be a good spot for them. Granted, very difficult for Syndicate in this spot as the mid lane tower is still up for the side of XSV, which means these waves are not going really deep enough for them to walk in safely and try and clear these wards out. Sutek going to show on these wards, but it is very worth their time, as it will be a full vision clear almost on that top side river, apart from one cheeky ward in the Baron pit.
Ready here. Drake is going to be up in about 50 seconds. Both teams going to be looking for the opportunity they put themselves ahead. Notably, this mid-tier 1 still being up for red side is going to be massive. do believe double TP is going to be available for both these mid laners. So despite the fact that they're up on top side, they're still going to have a lot of impact. But if this red side could also get a push up on top, that would be amazing because that turret is very low. And during the Drake fight, they very well could just lose it if not careful. Sean and Colin in the area might want to try to go for this interrupt onto the Scion.
Yeah, they might very well do so.
Okay, airborne, damage being dealt. That's going to be the Gwen ultimate used. Possibly right before one of the big fights of the game. And now Gwen in a 1v3. I don't know if that was the time to pop the ulti, Sean. As Sean is going to be dealt with summarily. And now, next up on the chopping block is going to be the Drake. Pull it out of the pit. And that is going to be it. Secured Shyvana, the lone member. TP comes through. That's an incredible route onto the Trundle. Scion's back with the TP, though.
But Shyvana's just going to do the dragon on her own, and the rest of XSV going to make sure that Syndicate are not able to start up this Baron. And honestly, it looks like they might be able to do so themselves now, as Espada at least is trying to start it.
Yeah, and really there's nothing they can do here. The entirety of blue side's down on the bottom. They have no vision in the Baron pit. They only have the way in mid. Not important. It's going to walk forward, but it's going to be met by Espada. This is going to be a relatively quick take, but they're all just going to turn around. Yeah, that is just a Trundle. You have to get away. Get out with your life, my man. Flash and best hit, but Sutek wants it. He's going to be able to find the pick. Flash comes back over the side. Baron notably did get reset, but the health bars are still so high on the side of XSV Hydra. I don't think it particularly matters.
Yeah, and Pigs are going to go down onto this mid lane tower. They're going to try and look to trade the Baron to finally break open this mid lane, and they will be able to do so. But Baron will now be done as Scion trying to look to go in here, gets caught by CA Colin. The Unbreakable, I don't think is going to be nearly enough to keep this cow alive. As the Alistar trying to walk away, has flash, but should not use it, will not force shot taking down the Alistar. And Baron and a power play for XSV looks to potentially spell trouble now for Syndicate.
Gotta have this minion wave as well, plus all 5 members pushing down mid. Notably, Colin, a lot of tankiness, is still not respawned. 13 more seconds, but Victor in the area means that wave clear is going to be dealt with. But now we're just going to get that recall coming through, and that's going to be a lot of gold that is going to be invested into some new components or full items here for the side of Hydra. This could be a little bit risky here. Sean's fan club is starting to bleed out.
Yeah, they are. However, Dusk and Dawn finally finished now for Sean on this Gwen. And if they're able to play with the rest of their team, there is a world where it could be playable. BKP going to finish their 3rd item proto belt here. And so this way has gone from doing so much damage to being able to do so much damage and also be mobile. So it is going to be even harder for this blue side to lock them down. And, see, Colin might get caught here.
Okay, Colin is rooted. Is going to be slowed down. Can they be found? Yes, they will. Maddie with the long shot is going to find it. And now with Baron still in play, the entirety of Syndicate need to play this a lot more carefully. Espada now on this side lane. You have 2 sitting up towards top. You can see the extremities are going to be the focus here.
Yeah, I mean, already pushing down on this bot lane tower is, sorry, I tabbed out to read something. Yeah, I mean, taking a look, these Baron creeps are absolutely hammering this tower already. The crystals are built up, but they should be able to be hit just in a moment. As, it's apparently Colin. Not,
Yeah, Sean Crust go in onto the Scion. That damage is starting to get real here. The Gwen, like you said, with this Dusk and Dawn might be coming online. Scion, what can you do? Can you get away? Sean and Tiny Tibbs want blood. They're going to find it. I don't think Espada in this Undying form is going to have enough damage. Not even really doing enough.
We're farming DPM, I see.
Yeah, Sutek and Maddie on this top lane. Engage coming through, unstoppable from the ultimate just to get away.
Yeah. Not a bad usage. Nothing up really in... I mean, there is Dragon in a minute, so not having it will be a little bit troublesome, but should be able to build their rage back up on these camps available to them as we get bases in. And it will be a potion bought by BKP. They are really going to try and end the game on this fight, or at least guarantee themselves the soul. But with Sion dead for 14 seconds, no one really has any vision set up in either side. It's not important now. Going to get spotted on this topside jungle and will run into Sutek. But, I mean, this is going to be a tough setup. They might just be giving the soul. Varus is top. The dragon is spawning in 30 seconds time. What are Syndicate doing?
They might try to go for maybe even a race here. I mean, there's a lot of presence up on top side. They're going to see the Scion. Thinking maybe they try to go in on the Scion, find the pick, put pressure on that top side, and force them into a race. Scion, yeah, knocked up, stunned up. That is one dead, undead man. TP does come through. BKB, I mean, this is a perfect play for them. It denies that option, and it doesn't even cost them anything as long as there's not another big member present.
No flash
BKB
on play.
going into the jungle, that might be devastating. Why would BKB do that? They put themselves in such a bad position now, out from underneath the turret. Okay, the wave's gonna crash in. They should be able to get this tier 2. Well, notably, it did take quite a long time, so whatever they take up here, I don't know if it's going to be worth giving up soul for free.
I mean, in terms of gold, it definitely slingshots them back into being slightly closer to parity. But with the stats that you get from this Chemtech soul, it's going to be very good for XSV. Remember, the lower HP you get bonus damage and bonus tenacity. So it'll be very nice for them. But, yeah, I mean, also on top of that, obviously you have the value of the Shyvana getting stacks onto her passive. But taking a look at the gold, it is fairly close. You have your Gwen on 3 items. You have every carry on 3 items currently in this game for the side of Syndicate. Alistar as well, with the Protoplasm Harness finished, is going to keep that cow alive just a little bit longer. But on the other side, it's just as equal in terms of items, as it's going to be 3 massive items for Maddie. Gets caught out just a little bit, and this Jhin, I fear for anyone who gets crit by this Jhin currently, because it's gonna hurt. 75% with an IE and some armor pen alongside the Energizer proc is gonna be problematic, as Baron spawning in 20 seconds time, not important, trying to start the retake of their jungle, but it is so hard to do so. There is not a shred of vision in this top side for the side of Syndicate, and they're just trying to at least control some side of their jungle and get control of waves as well. But the Baron is going to be up in just a moment.
Yeah, I do kind of like this, but unfortunately with Baron up, everyone's going to go and turn towards it. I mean, Maddie's going to be spotted. Almost certainly they should know that this is going to be the distraction, but with just 2 members, they're going to be very slow on this Baron. Stunned up. They're going to try to go in. Colin tries to find that angle. Not going to be successful. Maddie, a couple abilities go wide. This Scion, though, may not be doing a lot of damage, but my lord, are they tanky? They're not able to find the pick, and here comes the interrupt. Sean in the area, pops the ultimate, is going to be able to get the reset, but the stun comes out from the Taric. Ultimate from Sutek is going to go back into the back line. The entire team is here, and Maddie's hand back, and Sutek are in a very awkward spot, isolated by themselves, but the GA is going to proc. They do lose 1 member in the back line. Sutek's now down to half. And health bars, very sketchy for both sides here. GA is gone. Baron forced to reset. Root comes down on the Kakalin. They might just try to sacrifice him. I don't know if it's worth the effort. Flashed over the wall. Kakalin gets away with their life. Resets have to come through. Are they going to risk starting this Baron again? No, they're not.
Doesn't look like it.
Out the wards.
I'm just gonna take the small win, take the neutral win, I guess, as both teams are gonna be able to walk away with the majority of their members intact. But a lot of sums burned on both sides. Exhaust used on Sean to keep them alive, as well as Maddie's handbag using that ulti at a great timing to make sure that Shyvana, even though she did go down to the GA, was alive long enough to make that impact. This is pretty promising. It was a very awkward start to the fight, though, with the weird split between half of XSV starting the Baron and the other half trying to posture in mid lane. It was a great blue trinket from one of the members of Syndicate to spot the split fight and go for it there. But I mean, Baron is still up on the table, and there is still vision for both sides here in this top river. And with Elder in 2 minutes, you have to imagine that one of these teams is going to try and go for it another time. The question is, who is it going to be, and where can an advantage be gleaned before that? Because currently, the lanes are not great for either side here, or for Syndicate, rather. The lanes are great for XSV. Victor can't really push into the Scion, and Gwen, as we've seen earlier on in this game, has a problem dealing with XBKP on this way. Sutek doing a bit of risky ward clearing on their own. The rest of their team is in base or behind them by a significant margin. But here we are. 1k gold lead, not even 600 gold is the difference between the teams. As we evaluate these items one more time, Soren.
And notably here, we are going to see them put presence up towards Baron. Don't know if they're going to start it. No, it looks like they might be trying to bait out a play. Not be surprised if that is the case. Sean's in the area, Kakalin as well. They're going to spot not important. So they at least know 3 are setting up towards Baron. But they're unaware of where everyone else is. A pincer could try to come through. Victor's going to recall. That's going to be very awkward here. Not amazing timing. But between the Vars and this Victor, they should have plenty of wave clear to deny anything on mid. A lot of posturing here. Both teams just looking for an angle.
Yeah, and I feel like a fight could break out at almost any moment here. As Espada trying to just be the one to break into this bot side. But no one pulling the trigger. Elder now in 26 seconds. As pings are finally going to be going into the spot river. Elder, a much less scary objective to start, but a much more terrifying one to finish for both of these teams, as now the battle lines have been drawn. And we're going to use a spot once again to get into the spot river.
Both teams want it. A big clump up there. No big engage. But there's no vision for blue side beyond that river bush. But now everyone's going to be spotted thanks to that cone. Okay, airborne. Curtain call comes out from the back line. Kakalin is the target. Sutek in deep. Sean trying to find the back line. Can they find Maddie? The ult's going to go wide. The damage, it's not enough. But can there be a follow-up? Double kill comes out for the Jin. And now, without the Gwen, without their Varus, I doubt there is enough damage to keep them in this. AGNC, Tiny, Tibbs has to back away with not important. They have to protect the base. They have to hold the line, but I don't know if they have the health or if they have the damage. They come in the base. They do not knock. They kick the door down. Tier 3 is going to fall. Inhib still is going to fall as well. 15 seconds up on Colin, but I think that might be it. Waves coming in from behind.
It might not be. Victor does have those lasers available, and it is in the Baron Creep, but it will be Scion. Doing the most to start this fight. Spiraling Spear will go wide. That first tower will now fall. Fear is going to be on to the Victor, as now Alistar is back to Colin, trying to buy time. Does not matter, not important. Wailing away at Maddie, but the Nexus is going to fall, and it's going to be XSV taking home the game-tying match right here. It's going to be 1-1 now as we head into game number 3. A great play from XSV to retake and also win that fight in the river around that Elder Dragon, and then walk it down, recognize that they are strong enough and tanky enough to make that play happen. And great usage of their composition to do so. We got life in this series now, don't we? It's it's an exciting time to be watching this. And
Absolutely.
you know, proud of XSV. My mental would have been slightly damaged after that first game, and to come back and play a composition where you're on a clock, where you have to worry about that big raid boss in the Gwen, and Espada, credit to them, with a great adaptation of their build, and is able to absolutely shut down the Gwen. Well done. Maddie, again, as well on this Jin was phenomenal, but BKP, I think, has to go get my MVP for this one. Just utterly shutting down the entirety of Syndicate with this Hui. And yeah, I mean, that was probably probably another another phenomenal game between these two teams. I'm super excited that we have at least two more of them moving forward, Soren.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, we are going to send it to a brief break. We're going to send it a little bit early so we can let Pra do what they need to do to get everything ready for game number 3 so we do not have any more technical issues. So do not go anywhere. We are going to go to that brief intermission. When we're back, we're going to be going into the draft for game number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Sorry for the delay, everyone. Various tech and lobby things going on, making sure that we got ourselves sorted with our production on our end, so we can give you guys a more flawless CCS experience on the other side. I'm going to flip my camera down because I don't know what happened to it. I think it bumped my monitor. Doesn't matter. We are here with the Game 3 draft. We have swapped sides for this endeavor. Syndicate moving to the red side. XSV now taking over the blue side. I think this draft is in the champion order. I can tell you what the draft order was, but I'd rather just sort of evaluate what was picked, or I can tell you what was picked before what. As it was Ash picked, and then it was Lucian Xinjiao, and then it was the Jax and Renekton picked. Into the answer being the Milio. So Milio Lucian going to be really strong on the bot side for Syndicate. It's going to be Xinjiao versus Jax, which is a tough matchup. For the Xinjiao, as the Jax does have access to that Counter-Strike. Renekton as a blind on the top side is going to be very good. And then you're looking at the other side and you're wondering, how do we end up with Galio and Leona? Galio was the response to a Kennen pick on 4, and then it was the Galio Leona picked, and then Sylas was picked on 5, as they were going to have access to a lot of good ultis. There were some shenanigans in the pre-lobby as to try and figure out who was swapping into what. I believe the Renekton and the Galio might be swapping around. I think that someone was trying to make sure that the Renekton was into the Sylas instead of the Kennen, but I'm not really sure how that resolved. We will see in game. But taking a look at both sides now in their full composition form, there is a lot of CC on this blue side, Soren.
Yeah, there is a lot of CC. I mean, the taunt, there's outright stun from the Jax. What's called, obviously the Ash era as well. Leona really good. There's really good single target lockdown, and then obviously the taunt, which can hit multiple members, but really good single target from this blue side. And XSV Hydra, I feel like that is kind of the name of the game when you have characters that are pretty darn mobile, especially that Lucian, Kennen, Xinjiao, and Sylas all having pretty good movement abilities. Being able to pretty much just lock one of them down and put them in jail pretty much. That can be very good, especially when you are going to have a lot of damage. Having the Renekton Jax jump on them with Ash, bursting them down from the back line, that is the sign for a really good composition, especially when during all that, you'll have the protection still of like the Leona and that Galio. This composition is actually kind of exactly what I like to see, Septi. I'm a sucker for a strong front line, and this comp, I think, leans into that super heavy, and I really do love to see it.
Yeah, all that said, a strong front line does have to stick together, though. When you look at the other side, it is going to be that Kennen in the front. And the Slicing Maelstrom does so much damage to these champions. Unfortunately, there are a lot of beefy bodies, as you said. The Ashe, I don't know, is the best backline damage dealer. She definitely will be providing a lot of utility and a lot of slows with her volleys and her autos. But definitely will not be pouring out the same type of damage like we saw last game from Maddie with that Jhin. So interesting to see the swap onto a more utility-focused AD carry for the XSV bot lane. Especially considering, I'd argue in the first 2 games, Maddie was sort of one of the only people really doing massive amounts of damage, and we are now here live onto the Rift trying to keep you guys in time as possible. This is just at the end of our spectator delay, so we are right back with the members of these 2 teams. We are right back. It's going to be the Sylas in the top side matched into the Galio, and it's going to be the Kennen into the Renekton. Sylas in the top side matched into the Galio, I believe these are the matchups that XSV wanted. I believe this is these are the matchups. There was some nonsense going on in the lobby about which player was going to go where. There was some nonsense going on in the basically lobby not every player on both teams can play every champion, and so they were trying to basically not every player on both teams can play every champion, and so that's why we have a Spada in the mid lane and XBKP in the top lane, and also that's why we have a Spada in the mid lane, Tiny Tibbs in the top, and Sean in mid. So there have been some lane swapping shenanigans on both sides here. So
As,
both junglers now gonna start their respective top sides, and we finally, Soren, are back into some League of Legends. Gonna start their respective top sides, and
yeah, it has been a minute, but we are back underway firmly here. Yeah, it has been a minute, but we are back underway firmly here. Obviously, that mid lane is going to suffer a little bit early on. The story for this game for XSV Hydra has to be this early game with the Renekton, with the Jax, with the Ashe. There's going to be a lot of pressure on with the Renekton, with the Jax, with the Ashe. There's going to be a lot of pressure on champions that can output a lot of damage. But right now, Maddie on this Ashe is actually being pushed back. Lucian, not too bad right now. Maddie on this Ashe is actually being pushed back. Lucian, not too bad themselves. That should nullify this Ashe if they're not able to get anything crazy. This top lane should nullify this Ashe if they're not able to get anything crazy. Honestly, with this top lane poked out by the cannon, and this early game composition might struggle immediately at the gate, which is not a great sign.
I'm just gonna pause a bit until I get a thumbs up from Romeo that our audio is fixed. Are we good? We're good, chat? Everyone, we're good? All right, we are so good and so chill, so I've heard. Yeah, I mean, again, little hiccups. We're back. Lovely, lovely, lovely stuff. But yeah, I mean, gold lead even. This is going to be pretty standard so far. Both junglers passing to the spot crap. BKP getting the better side of this matchup so far. And this is sort of what we're going to be seeing a lot of, I imagine. It's going to be Sean just harassing the Renekton until the Renekton gets rage, and then it's going to try and E in and Q, and then E back out to try and trade back some damage and get some health back. I am curious to see what the junglers do. As I said in drafts, UTEC has the advantage champion to champion, but does not have the clear speed to match, as Conveyable Cub gonna double shot the minion.
Yeah, Conveyable Cub, I don't know if they're going to be able to live through. No, they will not. Really good engage coming out onto Maddie's handbag, and they're going to be able to try to find two. Is the range there? Oh, really good shield to keep Kakalin alive. Deny that two-piece onto the Ashe. That is going to be a big swing back into favor, though, for this blue side, as this Ashe is now firmly going to have a bit of the lead. And up on top side, during that chaos, we did see Tiny Tibbs struggling a little bit here. BKB is going to be the first one to push their lane opponent back in the top side.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is sort of what happens. As we've had a rocky production, the players have also, unfortunately, been the recipients of some untimely waits. As not important going to be here on the top side. BKB does a flash. Shouldn't be a problem here as the wind becomes lightning. It does tag the Galio. But so it does take them out of the flow of things a little bit. So we apologize to them in our shenanigans, but this is sort of what you get as a result. You get some crazy play as, yeah, unfortunately, we saw Conveyable Cub use their passive on the minion instead of on the champions of XSV, and so now Ashe going to be sitting on the spot side with a lead, but the wave was in a good spot for this Syndicate side, as it is going to be a slight CS lead now for Conveyable Cub, despite the XP and gold advantage for XSV and Maddie. And I'm curious now how aggressively Sutek is going to play around the spot side. You have this lead as Conveyable Cub going to do a nice amount of damage to Maddie here. Half HP in a short trade. And that's sort of how the lane should have been going.
In theory, it should have been, but right now, Ashe is doing pretty darn good. Yeah, we love theory. It never ends up working out in actual.
Wrong.
Yeah, but overall, gold right now, nothing too crazy. A couple hundred in favor of the Ashe, but again, that's mostly down to the kill. Everyone's keeping it pretty darn close across the board. Actually, notably, just about a 200 gold lead for this Galio. So, actually, is that a... Oh, no, sorry. I for some reason, I thought I just saw a kill on screen. I'm going crazy. It's getting too late. I'm drinking a Monster, okay? My mind's going crazy.
Yeah, it's only 10:30 and we're getting delusional. I'm almost out of coffee, and
I cracked open
the end of game 3.
I cracked open a nondescript energy drink.
How, by the way, did we get to both? Hold on. This needs to be. I need to shame these junglers for this real quick. How did they do 2 clears of their jungle camps and neither of them have base to buy items? Hello?
I guess they're both pretty safe in the knowledge that they're probably not going to try to go for each other and just going to go.
No, but that's like it's compounding, right? You base, you buy items, you clear faster, your minions respawn faster, and then you just keep doing that. So the fact, and I also know at least not important based, because they took top crab and then ended up on top side, I think from base. Like, I need to look back and see if that's actually what happened, because if they both just didn't buy items, that'd be really dumb. I think Sutek pathed up to take the top crab, and then that's why they were up at their top respawns before basing, as now both junglers are going to meet on this top river and we'll see each other. Sutek is not going to be able to clear that ward, and so will not have the advantage of Fog of War. And with the push in top and the Galio ulti grabbed by Tibbs, it is going to be the level 6 crab. Going to not important. Actually, no, it's not going to be the level 6 crab. Why does this Xin Zhao not have level 6? They don't have smite either, so they're not going to get this blue.
Yeah, Sutek's going to go hunting for not important here. It's actually no, okay, never mind. They're not going to let that reset. Renekton's going to go in, get that stun up on the not important. BKP is taking a lot of damage. Galio ultimate's going to go down onto the Renekton, but Sutek going to be a little bit slow to the walk back. The spot
is here as well.
Get away. Yeah, very weird, very chaotic.
Is not safe. Not important does have smite. Sutek does not have smite just available yet. So we'll hit the level 6 now.
When becomes lightning is gonna find, but the flash over the wall, there's gonna be a big engage, and not important's gonna fall. Tiny Tibbs does not have the health. It's gonna fall as well, as that is 2 kills, 1 for the mid, 1 for the jungler. A 3-0 lead for XSV Hydra now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty disastrous play for the side of Syndicate, and a great boon for XSV to be able to get that one there. It's going to be kill onto the mid, and jungle is Conveyable Cub going to go in, going to dash, going to use that cleanse to get themselves away from the Leona. Culling will take down the Ashes. They now try and walk Maddie's handbag down. Maddie's down. Conveyable Cub, I don't know why you're staying in melee range of the melee champion when you're that low, but it will not matter. Hero's entrance now going to be used by BKP to try and lend some support to their bot lane, but it is too little too late, as BKP trying to get something back, but it will be 2 kills now for the Syndicate 80 carry, and that is going to be disastrous for the lane moving forward. 25 CS up and 2 kills in the Lucian's pocket is going to be problematic, as it is going to be an interesting build for the Lucian. I guess it is going to be the standard build. I think we saw, who was it last week? Was it Maddie who did a different build on the Lucian last week? Or was it the Dorado 80 carry? I can't remember. I was here and you weren't, and my brain's not working.
I was gonna say, brother, I don't think I'm gonna remember much of the individual builds.
You're telling me you didn't? You're telling me you didn't study last week? I can't believe it, Soren.
I was actually I was in the middle of mid-season finals for Marvel Rivals, and I was busy. I was not watching the mid-season finals. I was too busy watching CCS. But
all good.
Notably, that is kind of rough for the spot lane, especially as they were able to get a little bit of a lead early. Maddie's handbag getting slowed up a little bit. Now it's not important in the lane. They're going to go hunting for it. Lucian's going to try to gap close really far forward. Conveyable Cub puts himself in an awkward position. Milio might be able to keep their ADC alive. Yeah, they will. And that is going to be a kill over to the Xin Zhao. Renekton just has to back away towards the mid lane. Kennan's in the area as well. And you'd imagine that this is just going to be Drake taken as well.
And how quickly the turntables, as what was looking like such a good side on this bot lane, is now completely unplayable, as Xin Zhao and I believe his Lucian pick up kills for themselves. It is now going to be a 700 gold lead and a dragon for Syndicate now, and this Cloud Dragon is going to be nice for both Not Important and Kakalin rather, to start moving around the map. Grubs will be up, and Not Important has a top side to take as well. As we take a look now at the gold, it is 800 now in favor of Conveyable Cub. I believe they did finish that Essence River as well on the bot side, whereas Maddie is still working towards that Kraken Slayer.
And again,
this lane
the biggest problem
went from playable to very hard now for the XSV bot lane.
Yeah, and the biggest problem is, again, this was supposed to be an early game composition. They were supposed to have a lot of pressure early, and they already kind of failed in that regard early on. They were able to get that kill to give themselves a little bit of a lead, but like you said, it is collapsed. There is no semblance of that lead that they had a little bit ago, as now first item up. This Lucian is so strong. This becomes a very, very big problem for the side of XSV Hydra, as kind of their win condition as well is super far behind. If this Renekton cannot get super far ahead, they're going to fall off. Jax will do fine. Will be able to be kind of a stun bot if necessary. They are going to be able to get these grubs in the process, by the way, so that is nice. But I mean, if Ashe and Renekton don't get ahead, that's going to be a lot of missing damage, and both of them are either, you know, neutral or barely in
Don't
it.
do it, Maddie. Don't do it.
Oh,
Maddie,
okay. No.
doing a good job showing some self-restraint, not needing to go for that. As we get a squad now going up towards that top side, no vision available for Tibbs. That's on the bot side. There is no one to keep Maddie safe. Should Conveyable Cub and Colin try this one? Maddie's handbag needs to make sure they don't show unless it's a guaranteed kill. Otherwise, Ashe is going to take a beating.
Yeah, and that's just going to be, yeah. Nah, Silas?
Flash.
It should. Oh my lord! How are they alive?
Don't do it, Espada. Don't do it.
No, Espada. Espada's hungry. Wants it. Gonna take the return shots. Hero's Entrance comes in. Will they live through? No, that is going to be it. Espada playing real risky, but down on the bot side, it ends up costing them as another death going over to the Ashe, and then actually no, not another kill going over to the Lucian. That one goes over to the Xin Zhao, which arguably is just as worse.
I mean, that play is so worth for Syndicate. You get 3 investment on the top side. You get the flash and the exhaust off of the Renekton, and you also get that Hero's Entrance down off of BKP. And that's
okay. This is I feel like the replays might be a little. We're having a night. We're having a night. It's fine. That was, you know, that is a true replay.
We are professional. Post the meme. No, I mean, a great play, a great response from Syndicate. You take a look now at this replay on the bot side. Basically, it's as the owner shows. We're gonna need to speed this one up. But as the owner shows. Just coming out of the green screen now. A lot of pressure. Hold on. Yes. Are we good? We're good? Okay, cool. I imagine
we got to go ahead.
Right?
Yeah, a lot of pressure is being put onto BKB. Obviously, you know, they're ahead in their lane right now. Actually, I say that and we come back and BKB's dead. That's not amazing. Their lane has been pushed really far ahead as they've been trying to find some value elsewhere on the map, seeing as they're losing on that bot side. But even still, I don't even know if that's worth it. I would rather try to push this Renekton forward just because, well, Galio is really good. I don't know if they're going to be able to make up the difference when you have a Lucian who's 3-1-2 right now, already has a gold bounty this early in the game, not even 15 minutes in. So that I don't know. It's definitely an interesting decision to put so much focus on top when mid and try to get this Renekton in play might be a little bit more important. As I'm just going to go with Maddie. It's just going to get deleted. The heal, the cozy campfire is going to keep him alive too. He's going to come back. He practically has full health. Doesn't matter, just executes Maddie for being present in bot lane, and that is going to be the next Drake as well.
That's a great kill and a great counterpunch back in this lane. Maddie is not having a fun time. Their support left to go on a walkabout and has yet to return, and this is one of those where you just gotta feel for the Ashe, right? I was worried before, and now I'm very concerned. Because this is the kind of game that tilts you a bit, if you know, because you're not really getting much done on the other side. Yes, your Renekton is 2-0, but that lead is very hard to translate until you get out of the lane. And I think, you know, Maddie and his handbag. Oops.
Big stun, engage on the Renekton. I don't know if Sean's able to do anything. He's gonna pop the ultimate. Are they gonna be able to survive? Oh my lord, they do! How much health
That's gotta be almost single digits as the Renekton is denied the elimination. Oh, Rift Herald is gonna be taken, so they're gonna try to get as whatever they can. Collins in the area to try to defend it, and now so is Conveyable Cub. So Rift's not even gonna be able to get popped immediately. Heroic Sentry's coming in, not important, in a very bad, very awkward spot. Knocked Airburn. I don't know if they're gonna be able to get out. Don't think they will, but here comes AGNC. Tries to pull in, does steal the Leona ultimate. I don't know if that's what they were targeting. Good single target lockdown, but I don't know. I think the Galio would have been a little bit better here.
Yeah, I mean, this fight is still potentially on. Both teams posturing to try and get this done. There's nothing up for them to really contest with. Dragon's not for another 3.5 minutes. These waves are just going to be pushed back and forth. Renekton will go now finally to push that bot wave out. But, I mean, this game is progressing fairly rapidly, I'd argue. But both teams now dead even on gold. 2 dragons in Syndicate's pocket. And with 2 items as well on this Lucian, I imagine that they're going to be pressing this mid lane pretty hard, and that mid lane tower will fall fairly shortly. But
notably, also
yeah,
that Renekton. I know you said the game's progressing pretty well. Renekton very quietly has now
I said
hit
quickly.
3-0-1.
I said quickly. These teams are fighting at pace.
Yeah, so Renekton now firmly being online, I think this is a much better look than what they were doing trying to force this Galio, who, mind you, has a really good lane position. Arrow goes wide. Hi, Sean. Well, the Galio's good lane position, I think this Renekton being as far ahead as they are is going to be massive. Technically also a level above their lane partner, so they're going to have a big target who can also get into that backline pretty easily, try to contest Conveyable Cub. So I think this is actually a much better spot for Hydra as opposed to what they were dealing with maybe just 2-3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
That's if Renekton does not immediately get found out. When it becomes lightning, it's going to do some damage. TP comes through. They think they need to back away. Yeah, especially with the Galio coming in, but Renekton's not going to let them. It's going to go for it. That's the big engage, and what was going to be a 2v1 ends up being a 2v2, and it's devastating for the side of Syndicate Sean's fan club as both of them are felled. The Rift Herald is popped on mid lane, is going to immediately take the rest of the turret plating as the Galio continues to put pressure down on that bot side, being a nuisance on the extremities.
Yeah, I was going to say the problem with these builds right now is that Renekton is able to live purely, I'd argue, because of the itemization right now of Syndicate. Not that the items that they're building are wrong, they're just utility items for the champions. You have that Titanic Hydra on the Xin Zhao, which is nice to be able to apply that extra auto of your Q, and it's just, you know, nice raw stats, but it's not really going to do too much for you in these fights. There's no CDR. There's no CDR to actually help you out there. Same with the Kennen. Yes, it's nice. You get CDR and an AP, but it's not the most impactful item in fights. Versus when you look at this Renekton, they have the Eclipse that gives you the percent max health damage. They have the shield as well, and they have that Titanic Hydra that allows, or sorry, that Hydra item to allow them to cancel autos and to get more damage through their weaving. But great play from PKP to TP in. Great follow-up as well from Espada to flash forward with a slice and dice to make sure those kills are going their way. And finally, it's starting to look like XSV have an angle to play through, and it is going to be this Renekton, as Conveyable Cub still a monster in this mid lane. I know they haven't panned to the Lucian in a little bit of time, but there's not really anyone that can match them. And even though Counter-Strike exists on Sutek, it does not block the culling damage coming out from the Renekton, or from the Lucian, sorry. As not important. Gonna be forced to flash here.
Okay, a little bit of engage. Ash Arrow is able to find one. That is the value of this composition. That lockdown, send them to jail, and there is nothing Kakalan can do but sit there and die. Meanwhile, we have Sutek continuing to go to the back line. He's going to find a stun. That tier 1 is going to fall. It's going to give a little bit of room for the retreat here for XSV Hydra as this Drake is up, and now with respawn timer still in their favor, you'd imagine this is just going to be a blue side Drake. First Drake for the game for the side of Hydra.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I think Colin fell victim to the Z-axis of this. Probably on their screen, it looked like the Ash Arrow might not be hitting them, or at least it was further away than it actually was, and they get clipped not using Flash or Heal or the Breath of Life to lower the, or to give themselves more tenacity for when that arrow was going to hit them. IMO Cavalo Cub should have just eaten it and then cleansed it so they could actually get away, all of them. But it was a nice arrow from Maddie and a nice follow-up from the rest of their team, and now they have taken the first dragon and the first step towards their victory condition, which I would argue is going to be team fighting and going for these dragons. It's going to be hard to play side. Yes, this Renekton is very strong, but the Sylas and the Kennen should be pretty strong themselves. Sutek trying now to play around the push of this Galio. I don't really think they're going to be able to dive this Sylas, but we'll never know. As the mid tower does drop now, Lucian will be able to take that one down. And Tibbs trying very hard to get into this one. What item is Tibbs going for here on Sylas? I really hope that is not a Lich Bane.
Not quite sure, as we do see BKB just not taking damage against the Sylas. Galio starting to become a nuisance themselves. Again, Renekton still 5-0-2. 550 gold bounty, by the way. This Renekton is one big problem. Even if the kills, it keeps it pretty close. It's just about a 2k gold lead in favor for Hydra. Notably, nothing really to play for in terms of Drakes, but Baron is up. So one really bad, poor position moment, like here, Sean getting caught out by the Renekton. Are you going to chase? No. Spada is going to back away. But any opportunity like that, if Sean goes down, suddenly Baron, I do think, becomes at least an option. And Syndicate need to play a little bit more dangerously. Not important. Is going to look to try to maybe find the Renekton, but I don't think that's worth it. Yeah, your teammates are too far away, buddy. You are not going to win that 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, did force the flash out of Sean onto this Kennen, so that is a major engagement tool going to be gone for the side of Syndicate. And the game is looking really good for XSV. What was even about 4 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, is now 3,000 in favor of XSV. And they're looking to solidly be in control of this one. 2 items for this Renekton. And that doesn't seem like it has any signs of stopping or changing in any manner. Dragon, though, 2.5 minutes as BKP might be out of their depth. No, but it might be instead of Syndicate.
Double taunt up from the Galio into the Ash Arrow. That's it. There's just so much CC. And Jax is going to be able to find 2. So now you're going to have 2 members who are super far ahead. Renekton's low, but it does not matter. Maddie finds a kill as well. Finally getting a little bit of grace and an opportunity to have some participation here in this matchup. That tier 2 is going to fall. There's not even a Drake to go fight for. That was just a fight to fight. XSV Hydra win it out in convincing fashion.
Yeah, it looked like Syndicate thought they had caught BKP out, but the entirety of XSV was just in the wings to support their mid laner now playing top lane. As Midas Handbag and BKP, you guys overstayed your welcome. No flash though on the Lucian. Is going to try and dash forward into the taunt though. Gets very close, but Emilio keeping them alive. Flash from BKP to keep them alive, and Maddie's Handbag forced to flash as well. Syndicate turning the tables on what looked to be a table turned on them. Now Spada is here, going to try and go for something as well. No Breath of Life, no Cleanse, no Flash. It will not matter. They sniff it out. The Renekton going to be left with nothing to do. Get another bit of a replay. I believe they did just think that they caught sorry, from the Lucian while the Sylas goes down on the other side. While back on live, we have Dragon spawning in 45 seconds. And it looks like the vision is going to get cleared out now as well.
Now it's just a matter of playing for positioning here. Little Cub is the one sitting forward. That might be a little bit dangerous. And yeah, immediately Spada tries to go in to find the kill and not going to be able to do so. BKP is going to be isolated. But I don't know. This Galio is strong. Okay, interrupt the pushback. But look at the amount of damage that the Galio is taking. The answer is like almost none. Finally is going to slowly be whittled down to size. Takes 2v1, and Sean still almost goes down in the process. That is going to be the Galio taken out. 5 seconds until Drake, and they're hungry for more. They cut where Sutek is playing just before this fight, and Sutek either has to back away or die. Barely left alive.
That might be Baron. That might be a Baron start for Syndicate. Oh no, they're gonna go dragon. Okay,
They're just gonna go for
that's
Graves
fine.
there. I
That's
mean,
fine. Oh,
Oh, okay, bye-bye. Silence
what
just blows up
Syndicate
my neck.
or
That's a
XSV? What have you
massive
done?
bounty. That's a massive
XSV, what have you
bounty.
done?
I feel like that might just be the game, unfortunately. Like, not even like, oh, they're going to win off this, but that is a massive turn back into the favor of Syndicate, who are now just going to be able to turn back around and go take this Drake. XSV Hydra really can't do all that much. Sutek's going to be nearby, but that ward is going to give them vision to prevent them from doing anything. As kills, that's a massive gold bounty taken away from the Renekton. Lucian's 4-1-4 now, so even farther ahead. And Zhao's 4-4-2. That was a really rough sequence of plays for Hydra. Like, really rough.
I need to say this. I mean this in the least flame way possible, but it seems like neither team wants to win these games. Whoever's leading is just refusing to take the win. They need to try and at least, you know, out of the courtesy of their heart, to hand the win to the other team. And what seems like a clear as day victory is never clear. As you take a look at these gold graphs, 2,000 is going to be the lead for Conveyable Cub. And taking a look at the jungle as well, this Jax is an absolute monster. 3 items completed. I am stunned that is a wit's end and not a Zhonya's for Sutek.
Yeah,
like
honestly.
I guess the MR is nice, but building a Zhonya's when, you know, all you really have to do is dodge the slicing maelstrom. It's Tiny Tibbs TPing in to try and find something, but the cost of that is going to be not fixing your top wave. And currently, again, there's really nothing to play for unless you get a guaranteed pick on someone. And so now you just have your top laner with no TP and a bot wave that has to go get matched with a top side objective available.
I will say, one thing that we are kind of seeing here is we're getting a little bit more hesitance coming up from Hydra. I mean, they were playing pretty aggressive early on, but now every time they're seeing a little bit of presence, they're kind of backing away. We're finally now, as battle buddies are walking forward, it is jungle and support sticking to each other like glue as they make their way through this top side jungle with Maddie not too far behind. So I have to wait and see. Maybe a little bit of hesitant, or this has to be turned. There's no way they're going to try to sneak this. Sutek already taking almost a quarter of the health. This feels like a trap. Cleanse comes through. And yeah, that's going to be a turn.
No TP on the Silas, but the Galio does have your heroic entrance. It does have a very nice flank angle here, potentially. BKP.
But the jump in does not find anything. Taunt only finds one. Heroic entrance does get interrupted. But that's going to be the Lucian, who is just able to free fire. Look at the damage as they're going hunting for more. Sutek tries to go in to find something. Conveyable Cub. Oh no! That's all the damage missing. Can they close it out? Do they have the damage? It's Tiny Tims. Can they live through? No, they can't.
Sutek is alive.
Oh no! It falls apart at the seams. It's an ace for Hydra. Conveyable Cub just goes too far forward and gets melted.
How are XSV allowed to get away with that fight? It starts so bad. BKP jumps in and dies instantly. But Sutek with a massive 3-man stun and the healing coming out from the rest of their team just was absolutely carrying them through. I don't think they can end here, but going for the inhib might be the play. That is... I'm stunned. I'm stunned with how these fights have gone. I could have sworn that as soon as the Galio died and as soon as Tiny Tibbs was able to get that heroic entrance in onto the fight, it would have been going the way of Syndicate. But it does not matter. The wallet diff is too massive. This Jax is a freak. Currently,
being able to jump into that backline was just so...
Yeah, it was a massive stun.
Cub. Yeah, it completely shuts that one stun. I think wins them that entire fight and completely turns the table back into their favor. I mean, it's a 6,000 gold lead now. What was so close or in favor of Syndicate just gets evaporated practically in one fight.
I mean, 6,000 gold lead is tough to deal with for any composition. This Lucian is trying his hardest. Needs a little bit more gold to get that Triforce. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to do so. If we could take a quick peek at the gold. I know it's a minute left before the dragon and there might be a fight right here, but trying to see if this Lucian will be able to get their item is critical to this play. They should have it if they're able to get a base off here. As he will try and do so now. Conveyable Cub needs to try and have their team stall.
Are they gonna?
But there's no vision.
Over? No, it's 40 seconds now. They'll be able to get back in time.
No,
Like
they
you
should be.
said,
Yeah.
no vision makes this difficult. Baron's gonna be spotted, so they know it's not a sneak. So it's gonna be a full reset, which is why we're seeing them push up. They're trying to get a good lane position for this inevitable fight here, which again is sole point. So Syndicate Sean's fan club want this, but they can technically give it up if they want.
Sean is respecting this play really well. Is trying to get around to the fight. Arrow going to go wide and hit onto no one. You might want to duck and close your window there. Tiny tips.
Okay.
Cannon is not here yet.
Coming in. Conveyable Cub just trying to do some burst damage is going to do some significant to Espada, but that fruit is going to get them back to a respectable health bar.
Syndicate can drop this
very
dragon.
limited-
They can push mid if they want to. They don't need to go for this right now, but it looks like they want to try and go for the soul.
You think they're not going to fight? They've been fighting all day. It's a brawl out here. But
Espada?
the Drake is secured. I don't know if it's worth it. Heroic Centric is going to be interrupted. Tiny Tim doing enough to interrupt. No eliminations Koi yet, but low health bars. Sean tries to go forward, but runs into the brick wall. A lot of low health bars. I'm actually kind of surprised that we did not see Syndicate push forward, but it looks like it's because they want the Baron instead. Never mind, they're just going to turn and take mid. Okay.
It is too hard to take Baron. It is too hard to take Baron, I think. There are blue trinkets available for the side of XSV. There is no trap in the world that is going to get through Hawkshot and 2 blue trinkets. Especially considering Conveyable Cub does not have Cling available. There is no slicing maelstrom of those. Meta handbag is getting very close to the mouth.
Okay. Yeah, maybe a little bit of overstaying their welcome. I
Sutek?
did not like this delay there, as Zhao is going to be felled. And oh no, this might just be the death nail. Sonya's is going to be
I don't know.
popped.
Conveyable
The
Cub's doing a
backline
lot of
double
damage.
taunt up. BKB is doing so much. The Ash Arrow close the gap. Some low health bars, but I mean, look, it's Kakal and Conveyable Cub trying to hold the line. Galio's low.
This might be the end
They're
here.
gonna try to push down. Yeah, they're trying. It's Renekton. Espada's so low, though. They need to find something. Dominus comes through. Okay, that's Lucian. That is just going to be game. They have the wave. They have the 2 super minions. I mean, Renekton's very low, but I don't even know if it matters. They're just going to melt this. That is going to be game number 3 in the books. XSV Hydra in a game that seemingly neither team wanted to win. They pull it out after a very weird final fight. Frankly,
Yeah,
very
that was
weird.
the game no one wanted to win, but XSV Hydra through pure grit and grind are able to get that one down. Sutek doing God's work trying to carry that game. Honestly, did a great job with their lead. Was able to use their gold lead to the advantage, and I don't know. There just didn't seem to be a whole lot happening on the side of Syndicate apart from this Lucian being an absolute monster in this game. I don't know where the headspace is at for these teams. I know mine is a little bit shot with, unfortunately, how scuffed tonight has been. So I can only imagine how the players feel with all this. Like it's, whew,
Yeah,
it is tough. It is tough in a game where it's hard to get. It is tough in a series where it's hard. It's already hard enough to play an elimination series where potentially you make a few mistakes. It's even harder if you're getting thrown out of your rhythm. Keep in mind, we had like a 3-minute pause in game number 2 as well. And so no one really, I feel like, has gotten in rhythm in this series so far. And which is why we're seeing so many crazy throws and misplays and weird fights across the board. Granted, it's been entertaining. There's been a lot of fun stuff to watch. If you told me that Sutek was gonna 1v9 a fight and survive at 1 HP by the grace of triumph, I would not have believed you. But they did, and that's exactly what we've been seeing. Both mid laners were top in this last game, which is another crazy fact that I didn't think would be happening. All that to say, Hydra on the verge of getting their rematch with Dorado Gaming in the grand finals. Syndicate trying to claw their way back into the series. Soren, any thoughts before we head to break?
Oh, I mean, absolute scrappy game. I'm really intrigued to see what happens. It's going to be game number 4. I could see a world. I mean, neither team is playing their best today. Like you said, the mental must be a little bit all over the place because the hands are also a little all over the place right now. I could see this going 5. It's scrappy. Neither team seemingly is the clear favorite. And I don't think there's much separating besides that. But with all that being said, we are going to send it to a break. We'll be back with game number 4
in just a couple of minutes.
We are back with draft. It is game number 4 time. XSV trying to close this one out, and Syndicate trying to get themselves back in the fight. This is not the draft. This is the one we just had, but we're going to be getting it shortly. Um, but yeah, I mean, I am curious to see what adaptation Syndicate go for. There's a lot of champions taken off the board, but there are still a lot of these. I mean, Mel comes to mind as a champion that is really important. Um, as we are into bans, we can see what's taken off the board. 3 target bans going the way of Sean in that allowing Mordekaiser and Irelia. It seems kind of crazy to me.
You
But
say that.
Sutek once again pulling the Kane ban. Yes.
You say that, but at this point, I mean, champion pools are only so deep. We're already 3 games
That's true. And that's
in. If
another target
you-
pick.
Yeah, you take away what, 6? Because the 3 they've already played plus 3 targets in the ban phase. That champion pool is gonna start getting really, really thin. So it's a strategy. Just make one lane the weak lane by nature of them not having their most comfortable champions available to them. That's something to take into consideration. I talked about how in game number 1, a lot of big name picks were taken off the board in game number 1. It's going to start being a factor here in games 4 and maybe 5 if we go to it.
I don't know the answer to Yorick. Jarvan is definitely not it. Jarvan is a champion that will
Outlaw.
absolutely get destroyed by Yorick, should they decide to fight it. But it is a fairly standard champion. Ziggs not banned this game, was banned in the previous game. Curious to see if people decide to go with that. Cassio ban traditionally signals towards Rise, as Set is going to get locked in potentially for Sean here. I don't think that's a good matchup for the Set. I think it's like dependent on how good the Yorick is, as to how good the Set can possibly play. Just because there's so much poke, and Set doesn't really do the best against poke. Set really wants to be the all-in guy. And when you're constantly throwing ghouls, as the Ziggs is hovered and probably locked in by Maddie, when Set gets poked down, it's very hard to play because you don't actually get to stack your grit fully. And if you do get to stack your grit, it's because you're getting hit by ghouls that are a screen away from where the Yorick is actually playing, and so you don't actually get to counterpunch. And we are here now, Soren. We have approached and reached the Ziggs bot game.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've gone 3 games now with nothing but actual true ADCs in the ADC role. You would imagine this is going to be our first APC of the night. It's gonna be paired up probably with this Maokai. I mean, Maokai could also be jungle, but I think more likely to be in the support role. We'll be able to help set up for the Ziggs quite a bit, as the answer is gonna be the Sivir. Really good wave clear. It's gonna be able to match Ziggs pretty darn good in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, she's the 80 carry caster who's not named Ezreal and can actually wave clear. And I saw saw his old joke that about Maokai duty earlier. I don't remember who he was talking about. But I don't know why we just swapped the Set and the Jarvan in the game. What's okay? It doesn't matter. I don't know if it's us breaking or the draft tool breaking. But anyway, going into second phase of bans, it's gonna be Vayne and Karma taken away. Karma from the Sivir is a very strong matchup. There aren't really too many crazy good lane pushing supports available. I don't imagine that Syndicate will double down on lane supports, as I think they would like maybe a bit more damage. I honestly could see like a Brand probably being decent for Syndicate here, perhaps a Mel as well. But yeah, a lot of 80 carries taken away as well. I don't know where Syndicate think these are going unless they are 100% sure that it's going to be. Okay, you know what? I'm not confused. I'm not confused, Soren. That
You're
the
not
last time
confused.
Tom Kench was picked by Syndicate, it went to Sean. Last week when they played it in
Be a flex.
in CCS, it went to Sean, which means that currently, probably apart from the Jarvan, Set and Tom Kench are still flexed. I'm so tired of this meta, man. Can we go back to boring League of Legends? In fact, I might even think we don't need this nonsense that is Fearless. Let me go back to playing Xin Zhao for 5 games in a row, please, so I can
Oh
at least
God, please
have some
no.
semblance of knowledge as to what's going on. And it is going to be Ziggs mid.
Zeri Lulu, Lucian Nami, Zeri Lulu, Lucian Nami, please. I beg.
Calista Renata. Oh my god.
Oh God.
You know what? Let's go back. Let's go all the way back. Let's go back to Ashe Zyra. Who remembers Ashe Zyra bot lane? Oh my god.
It was before my
you know what?
time.
Okay, that's that. You know what? That's fair.
before
That's
my
fair.
time.
That is an unk take.
That does sound like I'd
is an
rather
take.
ram my head into a brick wall than run into that lane.
I mean, it was
as
also
we go-
MF Zyra. Oh, welcome,
Okay.
welcome to those coming from Aegis. This has been the most flawless CCS stream you'll ever see. Don't check the VOD. But we are here in Game 4. It is XSV Hydra versus Syndicate Sean Fan Club. It has been a banger series despite the nonsensical tech stuff. But the series itself has been fun. Ignore Flay. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's delusional and old.
I will say, I've gotten a note from production. We were supposed to have a segment during the tech the spec delay.
Silas was
that is
picked. I don't know what that champion actually is.
Actually, wait, yeah, actually, good point.
That
focus
is
on for a second.
um
That I'm sure production will give us heads up because that is not
is it LeBlanc?
feasibly possible.
Interesting.
Okay.
I don't know
Yeah,
what it is. I'm just speculating. I'm trying to think
It's
of what
gonna
it
be a
actually
mid
could
laner
be.
of some sort.
It is a mid laner for sure. It's Xerath, says Sutek, who is listening to us talk in stream.
Xerath. Okay.
Interesting.
That does mean that Kench is going to.
He said
at least something.
he said draft lull is bugged too, which is just perfect for tonight. Just we can't escape the scuff. We can't escape.
I'm
But
trying to get to the
anyway,
point where I'm like delusionally laughing.
I feel like I'm
laughing over you.
I feel like we've been like we're in a hot box on this stream, and it's just the scuff hot box. And anyway, it's gonna be Xerath mid with a Sivir bot lane and a Ziggs mid. This is just gonna be a lot of spells being thrown back and forth. And the top laner is gonna be fighting. I will say the series has been really fun. It's been a lot of thrown leads. And I'm curious to see where we go in this game. It was going to be the Maokai flexed as well down to support, which means that we are going to have some beefy boys brawling it out down there in the Tahm Kench and the Maokai. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like Tahm Kench might have the upper hand there, but the engage from both sides is going to be strong with the Jarvan and the Maokai being the respective engagers. Key thing to watch, Soren, is going to be how this top lane plays out. I talked about it when the champions got locked in, but Set not really the best at handling poke. And Espada last game was phenomenal on the Renekton. And if they're able to carry that momentum into this Yorick game, it could be very problematic for Syndicate. And I think when I look at compositions, XSV for sure probably have the lead for me. In terms of playability, I think Ziggs and Ezreal being able to throw spells is really easy for them in this game, with a lot of big targets for them to hit in the Tahm Kench, the Set, and the Jarvan. Xerath is going to be nice in order to try and throw some spells back, but it is going to be harder for them as I think it's not going to be as much support. I mean, there's just so many spells. You have the saplings, you have the mystic shots, you have the Ziggs Qs. It's going to be important for both these teams to focus on positioning as we get into these fights. Vision control is going to be huge. I think XSV probably have the edge and wave clear for the time being with the Ziggs. But we will have to see, because Ziggs will not be matched into the Sivir for the first time in probably a long time. I'm going to stop rambling. I'm going to let you jump in here for a bit with your thoughts. I'm kind of getting lost.
Honestly, my brain's getting delusional, man.
That's sort of where I'm at. I'm like trying to think about these games when I'd rather just watch them, because there's infinite permutations of how it could go.
I will say, I think this mid lane is going to be pretty neutral. Obviously, 2 artillery mages is going to pretty much cancel each other out unless we see a very heavy prio from the junglers. I'd imagine this J4 is going to be roaming a little bit more than this Viego. I think this bot lane is still going to be super important. Like, when I typically think of like hard, I mean, I guess Sivir is a really good scaler who could be a hard carry, but Neither Ezreal or Sivir are characters that I particularly think of as like they are going to win you the game outright. They're really good pieces on the board, but they're not like a jinx or something where like just one fight when they are suddenly online can win you the game absolutely. I really think the only piece on the board that offers that, and you already kind of talked about the matchup, is going to be that top lane. I think it's the Yorick. Yorick is going to be the biggest threat, especially if the set doesn't work out. Because, I mean, we've seen it over and over and over again. Yorick, if allowed to exist on the side lane, even in a slightly losing position, is absolutely horrifying. Unless the Yorick has been beat into the dirt, there is very little you can do when that Yorick starts rolling and putting pressure on that extremity. So that is going to be something that Syndicate constantly have to keep in mind it. And if set is not able to deal with them, I really kind of struggled to see who is going to. I mean, Tom Kench is obviously going support, so it's going to be a little bit weaker in that regard. Not going to be as good of a matchup. And plus, you're going to want them in the team fighting. J4 is a key influential piece for every team fight and has to be around the pits. So if they have Yorick just on the side lane, you can't have J4 there. And Xerath is obviously going to be very susceptible, able to poke him out kind of, but at some point, Yorick's just going to be able to brush off pretty much all their attacks. So if this set does not get into a position where it can deal with Yorick, this might be a really rough end of the series for Syndicate. This set needs to work for them.
Yeah, it absolutely does. But we've done enough speculating. We've done our homework here. You guys have done yours in the chat. We're going to take a quick break while these teams get set up and loaded in for game number 4. Are we actually doing it?
We're doing it.
Are we gonna go? Are we gonna all get fired for the sake of this?
Hey,
All right.
it's fine.
You know what?
I'm fine to get fired. It's fine. I don't need to pay. It is Horse a Week according to Golden. We might have been having tech issues all night, but we are gonna make it work. We have spec delay, which means we have time to kill. We have done another Kiss, Marry, Kill as a group. Romeo, are you live or can you be heard on the mic?
Romeo is joined with us
Give
here.
me 1 second.
MB, are you here
Hello.
as well? Oh, are we gonna get shut
MB
down?
can be heard as well. MB can be heard as well.
No. No.
It's
No.
Horse Week.
No.
Did someone kick him or did he leave?
No. 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 No.
Redacted. The Cena's already on stream. We're fine. It's all good. It's nothing's
We're
gonna.
good.
Honestly,
time.
nothing
We got
breaks. You.
time.
Nothing can break. No, at this point, with it on screen already,
You
nothing
knock
can
on
break
wood right
anymore.
now. You knock on wood right
What?
now. How dare you speak those words? We'll make it
Incoming power outage again.
Oh my god, the power's out.
Again,
guys.
I knocked on wood again. We're fine. We're fine.
Okay, we did a Kiss, Marry, Kill. Thank you to Golden for putting forward this lineup for the Horse a Week. We had a list of Hecarims. It's High Noon, it's Elderwood, and it's Cosmic Charger, I believe is the name. Romeo, would you like to walk through since you're the guest the first time you're being heard today?
Oh, guys, it's simple. Cowboy hat's hot, but it's not. You know, cowboy hat's hot. You got to bring
Where
home
do
the
you see
nice,
a
sexy
cowboy
cowboy
hat?
hat. High Noon.
I mean, sure.
There's no cowboy hat.
There's no
No,
cowboy hat.
but you know he was a cowboy before he went.
It's
before he went
implied.
down, right? It's implied. It's High Noon.
It's not Ghost
you know,
Rider.
Listen, he's a sexy little cowboy. And I want my sexy little cowboy in my sexy little bed. And then, like, one night with a goddess, like, you gotta go for Cosmic. And who the fuck cares about Elderwood? Who cares?
My guy hates
About
trees in the
trees.
environment.
Like,
My
what,
guy hates trees.
I'm gonna sleep.
Very-
I'm gonna sleep with Groot. I'm gonna sleep with Groot, but Horse Edition. If I'm gonna sleep with Groot, I'm just going to sleep with Dave Bautista. Not Bautista. Wait, Vin Diesel. I'm just gonna sleep with Vin Diesel.
What? No, you had it right the first time.
Okay.
No, Bautista's Drax.
You're gonna sleep with. You're gonna. Yeah, you had it right the first time. Vin Diesel is the tree.
Is Vin Diesel a tree? Oh yeah,
Diesel
no,
is
it's
Groot.
Bradley Cooper. I was always thinking of that's Rocket. So yeah, Vin
You're thinking
Diesel
of the
is-
raccoon. You're gonna sleep
I'm
with the
thinking of the
raccoon.
No, I'm not gonna sleep. I thought you got the voice actors. I'm not gonna sleep with the raccoon. I'll go through mine real quick so we can stop getting yelled at. I went and kill Cosmic Charger because very, very strangely, and I do not know why this is the case.
is very strange to me. I don't like that skin because he is a horse and he looks too human in that form. I don't know why, but he looks too human, which is almost unsettling. I'm going marry the tree because it does look very protective, and sure, why not? And I don't know, man. The high noon. I don't know. I don't know. The one looks protective, and I can't do anything with the third one. The cosmic charger looks too human. I don't know why that's a deal breaker, but it doesn't look right. It looks unnatural, despite this being a horse personality.
We're here for only hypotheticals. No real people here.
Septi, what's
and
Septi, what's
although I say we're here for hypotheticals, this isn't a hypothetical thing. My niece has an art project she needs to do, so I have killed all three because I am in need of glue, unfortunately. That's just how it goes, you know. Sometimes you just need the production stuff, and in this case, some glue was necessary. Golden, don't kill me. I did offer to do this bit for real, and I was told that the glue would be funnier. And it's true. It's very true. Some horses are here. MB, we can see. I will read yours out for you unless you want to do your own.
I don't know the names of them. Let me tab back over.
You can just go by
It's
the colors.
High Noon, Elderwood.
I
and
killed High
Cosmic.
Noon because it reminded me of the last one we did on the podcast, and it was Flamey. Big Wood, and then the other one looked cool.
Nope. That's about all she wrote. Thank you for coming to us for Horse Week. We're gonna take a short break, so stick around. We'll be right back as we get through this spec delay. Why are you putting your head in your hands? And just like that, the break is over. See you. This is why we have bits to do on the side, so we can get through the boring spec delay that no one wants to sit through. You could have watched an ad, you could have gone to get some water, but no, you got to listen to us talk about some Hecarim skins and which ones individuals found attractive for various reasons. That's, you know, that might be an intro of all time, Soren. I'm glad that we get this over with. Sutek, Matty Sandbag, and Espada are going to be trying to do some nonsense here, hugging the wall, trying to go now for the first invade of the series, I believe, as BKP is going to fail the dodging test, but Tibbs is going to win. And it's going to be a red steal, though, on the top side for Sutek.
I mean, at this point, they're ahead by 2, so if they end up losing this for any reason, they're only just going to be going to game 5. It's not going to cost them the series. So I think it's worth the little bit of risk. And seeing as they don't find the J4, it's going to give them information. And it's going to be able to, okay, a flash with
that
the
worked?
engage. But I don't know why.
Exactly.
Why would you invest the flash there? But okay, cool handbag. That is going to be the flash.
It worked. You got the flash out of the Xerath. Your Viego's already in a spot where they don't expect you to be, and so the gank might be very potent moving forward. I will note, Sutek is going for a very aggressive build. That is a very solo queue build. I don't like it in this game. I'm a big believer that solo queue cheese doesn't work in comp. Like various lethality builds, various builds to catch you off guard don't work in comp because people are more prepared to play as a team and play slow. And so going for Halo Blades is, yes, it's nice in solo queue for the reset and for the initial burst. But in fights that are going to be as long as these, I mean, think about the champions you have to cut through. Is not important, is on the wrong side of the river here. Does not have smite quite available to them. Also lost vision on the red, gets it back. Gonna be able to get that smite and the level 3. No flash on Maddie's handbag though.
Glacial goes in, is going to slow him down. Not important, is going to die to the ignite. However, here comes the reinforcement. Sutek is in the area, but Maddie, having the flash over the wall, might not live through either because here comes the Sipper. But now it is an absolute brawl in the jungle. Conveyable Cub somehow lives. And BKP is just a little bit too late to the party and has to watch as their team does eventually lose the fight overall. 3-2, 5 kills in less than 3 minutes. Sean's also almost at half health.
I've never been so rapidly vindicated before in my life. That fight if Sutek has Conqueror is so much better. He burns his Halo blades almost instantly onto the Tom Kench, doesn't get the kill, and then is just shit out of a rune for the rest of the fight, and is forced to chase down while not having the extra damage and the extra healing. And unfortunately, Sivir does go down to the Krugs on the backside, but that is after 3 fantastic kills going onto her inventory. And Conveyable Cub now back in the bot lane with the BS sword at 3 minutes into the game versus the tier of Maddie. And this is probably the best possible outcome. Not important is as well, unfortunately, out of camps to hit, and so is forced to sit around and wait to try and look for a play for one of their camps to respawn. CA Colin not gonna land that depth, or that I don't actually remember the name of that spell. I think it's like depths from below. Oh my god, BKP so low. As Tibbs landing a lot of good poke in this lane.
That is going to be a very rough situation. And honestly, what makes this even worse is, again, Sivir has incredibly good wave clear. I mean, is going to have a better wave clear than this Ezreal Malachi bot lane. So the fact that they're this far ahead means that they're only going to be able to get better and better. So when they really want to put pressure down, they're going to be able to do so. So we do see top lane. Sean was in the detriment side, but was able to bounce back a good bit of damage off on the York, forced the recall, and got the TP out as well. So now on bot lane, it looks like we're going to have a full engage, but here is Sutek, Conveyable Cub. You're not going to be allowed to get away with that. And Kakalin is going to be able to back away, but without their ADC. Meanwhile, Sean continues to put pressure onto this Yorick. Walls be damned. It does not matter.
Yeah, I mean, a great gank from the Sutek there to be able to get a kill onto the AD carry. Colin trying to hold on to this wave. Looks to be able to actually get the freeze down as those minions have been pulled, unfortunately, for Maddie and their handbag. And it will be nice for Sivir to come back to hold on to that wave just for a little bit longer. And I'm curious to see if this is going to turn into a potential play. Conveyable Cub just going to start shoving the wave back, not going to take advantage of the freeze that their support set up, which is a little bit unfortunate. I don't think there was a need to do that. Sean now hits level 6 before Espada is going to have access to the showstopper.
Yeah, that is just gonna be it. Sean does end up getting the kill, the shield off the W as well. Not even tanking a turret shot in the end there. Viego is gonna be able to try to save what's left of that wave up on top side, so it's not all for naught. Well, very low health bars.
Big Infernal Bomb gonna take him down.
Oh, Comet is enough. And that is going to be the first kill in that mid lane, going over to the Ziggs. Really well played by BKB. Massive to give them a lead.
BKP, you could just hear him and shout, Kobe. Hit that Mega Inferno Bomb from downtown onto the Xerath. I know it wasn't actually that far, but such is the life of a Ziggs player. Gets that kill and is up already 14 CS as well against their lane opponents. Looking really, really good in this mid. The Zig is going to be based for that lost chapter. Going to start having infinite wave clear now. The only thing that will stop them, however, will be that Xerath, who we've been seeing land a lot of good Qs there in the mid lane to keep Zig's health in check, but it did not matter in this most recent case. I mean, I don't know how I feel about this game. Sivir is obviously super far ahead, but we've been seeing some good runs and some good plays from the supportive members of XSV. And the fact that Sean was able to get a solo kill onto his Espada, I think is maybe a slight warning sign for the side of XSV as well. But I will say Espada does not have the same items as Sean in this top side, who was on double longsword to call. Sutek now gonna start up this dragon without full information on where not important is, but it does not matter. The push is there in mid, and it is also a wave stacking against Conveyable Cub in the bot lane. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be Infernal Dragon going the way of XSV, which is very nice, even if it's just one. As what dragon is next?
That Minefield.
I cannot tell.
Minefield doing a pretty darn good job keeping Tiny Tibbs in a bit of an awkward predicament. Does quite a bit of damage. Not important. Has not been spotted over this wall. There is the possibility damage being done here. Comes down important. Flash in. Flag drag. Can the gap close with the Cataclysm? They certainly can. And the artillery shells from the Xerath is going to lead to the demise of the Ziggs, who is eventually found back out. That kill goes over to the J4, so it's going to help amplify this jungler, get them back into the mix, and catch them back up with the Viego.
Yeah, and a nice play from Not Important as Colin trying to go in to land another trade onto Maddie's handbag, but not going to be able to do so. Grubs are started up by the Yorick. This is stuff that it really annoys me as a player in the game, to just see Yorick go for stuff like this. Your wave is coming into you. You're not going to be able to actually do anything with the grubs. Like, it is what it is. Your team got Dragon. Your jungler is sitting behind your bot lane, which is fine. You don't know where the Jarvan is. You expect him to be bot because his bot camps are up, and you would be right. But I mean, it's just a little weird, in my opinion. Sean doing a good job on that top side, keeping up good farm. Same with the Sivir and the Ziggs, keeping close to that 9 CS per minute mark. As what is Sutek buying?
I mean,
what?
It is kind
there are
of
three massive bodies on the other side of the rift, and we're buying lethality. What?
Trust the process. Trust the process. It's Sutek Viego. He's got a plan. He's got a plan. I believe. As we do see grubs started by Sutek, they're going to be able to get the first one, smite it to secure the one grub. But here we go. It's going to be a 3v3. Barrage from downtown, going to go wide, and that is going to be Tiny Tibbs. You are not going to live long, friend, as the artillery from the Ziggs is going to be too much. The damage is coming through from both sides. Not important, very low Kakal and very low Sean. Trying to live through. Okay, somehow Viego reset, but no, the W from the set is enough to secure the kills, shut down the Viego, but in the end, it's still going to be firmly a XSV Hydra team fight, and they're going to be able to get the grubs, only losing one member, but it's very costly for Syndicate.
What is this? Why are we building Bastion Breaker first on Viego? What is this? Not important. Trying to walk down PKP is just going to go absolutely walk down right of the Arcane. Is going to pop in, kind of hit one and miss two so far. I think one more was available, but decided to pull away from it. Not going to kill BKP. But a nice kill for the mid laner of XSV is now on the bot side. Available Cub popping to throw the hunt. Maddie going lower and lower and lower. Uses the exhaust, but it's not going to be nearly enough. Kills stolen by the support of Syndicate, unfortunately, for Conveyable Cub. As more fights going on in the mid lane. It's going to be a kill for the Xerath and a trade kill now for the Viego as well. Sutek on a killing spree, I believe. Could be wrong.
Yeah. I think that's 2 in a row. I don't think it's a killing spree.
Is it 2?
Fall in the middle. But that is 2 and 3 Sutek on the Viego. So it is working out overall. Notably, though, the biggest threat for me is the Ziggs. 4-1-1. Just about, what, 25 CS above their lane opponent? This Ziggs is becoming a very scary presence on the map and is actually coordinating very, very well with the Viego. Yeah, this is proving to be a little bit of a problem here. Sean is at least holding their own up on the top side. 2-1, though, actually pretty even though Sean is also about 25 CS. BKB, though, I don't know if they have the ability to get out of this. They're going to try to find a counter kill, and they might just... Okay, the E is going to keep them alive with the shield. Here comes the Viego. They want it, and they'll be able to get it. So it's going to be 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, he smited. Okay, I got very confused as to how the Xerath died there, but he got smited.
Yeah, the shield went down.
Yeah, I mean, is Malignant Xerath a thing?
I'm not sure.
I don't know if it is. It's all right. Boris is having a fun time this game. Yeah, I mean, taking a look around the map, it is going to be first items completed for almost everyone. First items on Syndicate are all coming in. As Conveyable Cub going to take that two-shot barrage.
Oh, Conveyable Cub.
Sutek just hit the target in front of you.
That is going to be massive. They still have not been able to deal with it. The damage is too much, and they still don't find the Sipper. And now Maddie on the run has to back away. Colin, though, over the wall. They're going to go for it. Greedy, greedy, greedy is going to take a turret shot, but will be able to survive. Ezreal barely living through there.
Yeah, great turn from Not Important and Colin to take advantage of the overstep from Sutek and from Maddie's handbag there. You know, it's going to be Dragon for Syndicate. We're going to move on from that fight. I think I might crash out if I have to watch that fight again.
We're almost at
oh,
Okay,
from downtown again, BKP getting another solo kill onto the Xerath, but it will be the Dragon taken for Syndicate.
we are at.
Sorry, I read something in
23
chat and it made me
minutes.
laugh super hard.
This is 23 kills in about 13 minutes. I don't know if these teams know they're playing League of Legends. They're more just brawling from start
This
to
is team
finish.
deathmatch. This is team deathmatch is what I'm watching.
This is ARAM, but if there was all 3 lanes available, there is no objective play here. It is just running at each other. But we finally see a little bit of a slowdown. BKP still has not fully recalled, so they're still a little bit low. I'm going to try to subsist in lane for a little bit longer. Sutek going for their next clear, and notably, it looks like a lot of presence down towards bot side for...
Maddie?
the
Oh,
side of
there's a
Sean.
Tom Kench there, big guy.
Yeah, Maddie, you thought you were done? What, a lull period? No. We're fighting. We're just looking for the opportunity. Kakalin sets up the play, and that's going to be another kill going over to the Sipper.
This is bothering me. This is a D3 cap league, but a lot of these players are high diamond, low master players, and there is not an ounce of structure in this game. And I'm gonna be honest, it's bothering me just a touch. There's no structure to this game. It's sort of just like everyone's running around trying to kill each other, and as a result, the gold lead is somehow in favor of Syndicate, despite solo kills mid, invades happening all over the map. And a lot of it, I think, comes down to Conveyable Cub absolutely farming out of their minds. Same with Sean, up 30 and 40 CS respectively. As Espada, who first picked this Yorick, is not having as good of the game as we thought they might have, but they were counterpicked technically. But I think now with that clear, we might start to see Espada start really laying the groundwork in these side lanes.
Well, to be fair, again, Yorick, they don't really need to be ahead. They just need to not be behind. And right now, while they're not ahead, they are, I don't think, behind all that much, besides CCS. But the moment we get into that mid game where team fighting becomes more and more of a factor, that's going to matter less and less. As we do see Sean just full dumping onto the Yorick, taking him down to half health. Should have ultimate to play around as well. So if there's a little bit of poor positioning here from Espada, they could be punished pretty heavily.
Yeah, I mean, the level advantage, or I guess the half level advantage for Sean, is definitely going to be nice on that top side. Not important, going to get spotted in this top river. Herald is up and available, and I think that is very... is doing the greatest, has the best bluff in the world, that there are people behind him.
That shield kept him alive there. Kept him alive.
Is dead.
That is going to be, eaten up, nothing to do. True Shot Barrage does not
Oh
save
my god,
them.
Colin.
The engage coming out from Kakalin is going to knock up the Malachi, but it's not going to have enough damage follow-up to really do much. Notably, Rift Herald is in play, and you'd imagine maybe they turn around and take this, but there's still some presence from this blue side here. XSV Hydra, they want to fight, and they're going to find Conveyable Cub alone. You should not be walking the streets at night. That is going to be one dead Ezreal. A lot of damage missing. We have the Rift Herald participating as well. The artillery fire from Xerath, but the gap closes too much. The stun up, Sutek is getting very low. Could be dealt with, is dealt with. But it's 1-for-1 now with this last 2v2, and that's going to be the set ultimate. That is going to shut down the rest of this fight. Double kill onto the Tom Kenton. Six is just coming in to say hi after respawning from dying in that fight first. Okay.
it's super getting caught into that play happening despite Syndicate being in an unlosable situation, to that play then ending with XSV chasing too far again. And then Maddie just arcane shifts into a wall. Like, my brain is breaking watching this game right now. And all that to say, we're basically in a deadlock for gold. It's 1.2k in favor of Syndicate. And again, I think all that pretty much is sitting in Conveyable Cub's pocket. A perfectly placed amount of gold if you are Syndicate. I think that's definitely the champion you want it on as well. This is Dragon spawning in 18 seconds time. I will say that the scaling does probably lie on the side of XSV. I don't imagine anyone will be able to match this Yorick in side lane later on in the game. Granted, depending on how many free kills Sean has given.
So I'm
But,
just laughing because every single
I
person
wish I could be
in this
laughing,
game-
man. I'm in pain.
Oh, that's just
BKP's dead again.
Dead. Yeah, that's dead. I'm just laughing because every single person in this lobby right now has 2 or more kills. The supports have more kills than the Ezreal right now. And then you just have York, who looks like they've barely been participating in the game. It's, at least statistically, just a weird sight to see. That Drake is going to be secured without BKP. There's very little that this red side, or blue side, excuse me, could do. Sean doesn't even need to invest the TP, so they're able to hold off this Yorick, or at least hold off the wave to prevent as much damage as possible on this turret.
Yeah, I mean, I think Espada is now finally going to get some support from the rest of their team. Nature's Grasp is going to root up the set, who does have ulti available. Haymaker not going to land into anyone, but the stun onto 2 goes wide. Haymaker to try and get out, or sorry, Showstopper to try and get out. Does not save them. Does take down the Viego in exchange, but it will be the top tower as payment. But in exchange, it will just be the mid tower as well, as Colin trying to zone away BKP now. And I really don't know who this goes for. Herald was not taken from either team here during this sequence, which I'm, again, very surprised about. No one's going to take Herald. It's about to time out in 4 seconds, I believe, for the Baron to spawn. So
yeah, I think so. Okay,
Mega
yeah,
Inferno
that
Bomb.
is gonna be
Done up.
tier 1 turret in mid gone, and they're just gonna walk away. No ultimate invested there from the Zeg, so that is not gonna end up being anything. I mean, yeah, no one's gonna be able to take that Rift Herald, so they're just going to give that one up. Baron's gonna hit the field. Next Drake is up in 3 minutes 40 seconds. Right now, we should, in theory, Septi, we should be going into a lull. There should
I'm
not
done.
be
I'm
much
done with
happening.
theoretical. I'm done with theoretical. These teams are like they're fighting at every opportunity. There are
You know what?
4 wards, 5 wards down on the map, 6 wards down.
2.0
on the map,
is
sorry.
making 2.0 is making a very good evaluation in chat. Herald takes too long, kills take less time. I think you're
That's
right.
true.
I think that is.
We are at
I think that's the
34 kills.
mentality of
in-
these teams.
We're at 34 kills in 20 minutes. This is, you know what, I if you had showed me this game and asked me what stage of the CCS competition I thought it was, I would not have said game 4 of the losers bracket
Lower
final.
finals.
I would not have said that. I would have said it was like week 1 and the teams were just getting to know each other, and this is how they play. With respect, I know these teams are both in finals. They've made it a very long way. Respect to them, but this is. I'm sure they'd agree when watching this back that it's not their best gameplay.
Oh,
As BKP
BKP
has
is
suddenly
dead.
found themselves matched up
Bye-bye.
against Sean and not important. The Haymaker going to go wide just a little bit. The flag and drag will take down the XSV mid laner.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Okay, that's just gonna be 1 member dead. I mean, are they gonna go for more? Maddie has to back away. Okay.
Why is
Yeah,
Maddie
BKP,
here?
by the
There's
way,
a wave crashed in mid.
Why not? They want to watch the Baron get taken.
Uh-oh.
Colin! I didn't even see Colin on screen. Oh no! No! Maddie! It's a massacre! It's gonna be Baron. They're missing 2 members. And I don't think Maddie Sandbagger or Sutek. I mean,
Unless Sutek steals it, that would be the cherry on top if Sutek somehow steals this.
There's a possibility here.
9k, he sees
the
it
take
now.
is very slow.
7K.
The take is very slow.
On a ward. Nature's Grasp gonna go in. Colin.
Oh no, Kakolin's gonna.
Don't
no
let him
shot.
flip
No
this.
shot. They're gonna
Don't
go
let
in.
him
They're gonna
flip
go
this.
in.
Oh my
Oh, they
God.
stole it! They stole it away! So Dick steals it away! How does that happen? And then the Ziggs bomb!
And of course, on the other side, Espada is just pushing 1v0 now with the benefit of Baron. This is. I feel like
felt that
everyone
one
is
coming in my
this is-
bones, and I
this
don't
is-
know
this
why.
is
That's
a-
why I got so
I knew it was gonna
quiet.
happen. That's why I said it. I just knew. I just knew. Play. If anyone was yeeted on either of these teams, they need to be unyeeted. Like this is. Even if they're outranked, let them back in, please. Like this, they deserve to be here. It was an unlosable situation. it was an unlosable situation. There was no reason for Sutek to even be allowed to come that close. I think Colin tried to do their best to peel away the Viego from the fight. They went over the wall, but unfortunately, for whatever reason, I guess the Nature's Grasp was that powerful from the side of Maddie's handbag. I'm not even going to get to explain this as we have another potential fight here. Sutek in the mid lane trying to find something.
Oh, God.
That's 3 points for Maddie on that field goal.
I gotta focus. Good focus. Okay, fight because
Good
of course
good
it's a
luck.
fight. 20 seconds in. Xerath is just gonna tank that bomb, so it's actually gonna get quite low there, at least to start off this fight. You see both teams positioning. He has so many wards in that river bush right now. We have Sutek on the flank. Not seen yet. Not important. If they walk too far forward, up the top. Sean's very low. That's actually really important. Sean does have TP, but such a low health bar could be a problem. But Sutek spotted out, being chased by both the J4 and
They don't
the
need to fight
Sivir.
this
There's
dragon.
no
This
shot.
dragon can just be let go.
Sutek's waiting.
Top is fighting.
Okay, top is
Showmaker?
going through. Sean is going to live
Haymaker?
through. Haymaker doesn't land. Okay, that is going to be the Drake secured. Sivir and J4 share a kill apiece. The Ziggs able to find something in the end, but I don't know if they're
Maddie's
going to
handbag.
be able to do enough. Actually, they will. They'll find the Sivir. That's absolutely massive. Makes us a 2v2, but I don't think, no, BKB can't really do anything but watch. Way too low. Has to back away. Not amazing overall for Syndicate Sean's fan club, but they at least do find quite a bit of equal value, but not important, making their way up to try to hunt down this Yorick. The flash comes through, makes them subject to the Cataclysm. Not doing a lot of damage though, but I think this 2v1, I don't think it matters. Plus Collins in the picture, because why not? And they are finally going to get a recall, and we're finally going to get a bit of a reset.
Yeah, I mean, the game might be forced to be slowed down because players have been dead for the last 40 seconds. So we get to catch our breath. I get a chance to stop laughing, as I have been for the probably the last 5 minutes. I don't think anyone is wearing Baron. Maybe BKP is the only one currently with Baron still on them. Actually, it just timed out. Ignore me. Yeah, I mean, 3 dragons now being worn by Syndicate, as Maddie's handbag is potentially going to get caught here. Depth from below going to catch.
He's going to get knocked up. Double airborne, Maddie's handbag. Yeah, they're just going to fall. Okay, yeah, there's the stun coming out from
what is the consequence?
Oh, the flash over the wall, the chase, but Sutek's in the
Sutek?
area. Artillery fire from Xerath, but there is the reset. Sutek on the Tom.
I'm sorry, Sutek,
Gonna
what
go
are we
hunting.
doing?
Very low. Sutek gets way too greedy. An overheat from just a couple of minutes ago, and now that is going to be a felled jungler. Notably, there's no objectives to take in lieu of this. Again, they're not fighting for an objective right now. They're just fighting the fight. But it is at least going to be a little bit costly here.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to lose entire bot side here. To be fair, Sutek did get 900 gold for killing Tom Kench. So, I mean, we got that out of the way. Somehow Tom Kench was worth 900 gold in this game state.
Is that including the kill
It
gold?
was
or is
total
that-
gold. So
is
it's
that the
it's kill gold plus
Okay.
the bounty was worth
Okay.
900. I think I saw
Yeah, I was
905
gonna say.
was the total bounty. So Sutek is very strong. Has 3 items. Is going to be working towards that IE is what it looks like, or GA. I'm not sure which, given how this game is going. I hope it's GA. But 50% crit does not seem like nearly enough for Sutek in this game. Yeah, I mean, 3 items completed for BKP. This is who in this game do you think is like having the thought of what the fuck is going on around me the most? Who is having that thought? Is it Conveyable
I
Cub?
feel like you're living in a fallacy that any of these players are thinking at the current moment, because right now all they want to do is fight. BKB, they might
There's
be
not-
thinking something. It's mostly regret.
Baron is
there.
up in 40 seconds, so BKP is technically
Yeah.
dead for the setup of this.
Yeah. Also, I do want to.
There's so many deaths. I was just about to say, you know what? BKB's died a lot, but then I realized Sutek.
You sure he's died a lot in this game? Have you looked at his jungler?
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. Even the Xerath has 7 deaths as well. Everyone just has a lot.
I'm sorry for swearing on stream, but my brain is completely fried by this game. Like this feels like this feels
Maddie's
like a
gone. Bye-bye, Maddie's handbag. You're not allowed either. Sutek is
gets
in
the reset,
area.
though.
Ooh, never mind. Maddie's handbag still technically
Sean is here.
alive. Oh, okay, never mind. Sutek's gone. Bye-bye, Maokai as well, as now they go hunting. Kakalin gets
Wait,
that
is the game? The game might end here, by the way.
The game, is it?
The game might end
over?
here.
They don't have the wave. They don't have the
Oh,
wave.
never mind.
Never mind.
I
Here
forgot. I
comes
forgot
the
Silver's dead.
Zings, and there's a resurrection, and it's not gonna be enough. Kakalin might die here too. Oh,
It's all right.
Lord.
Jungler's dead. We can't Baron. No problem. The game continues. This. You know what? This is a game that we'll talk about years from now. It'll be, remember game 4 of XSV Hydra versus Syndicate, Sean's fan club, in the lower bracket CCS final. You remember how that game went? You remember how that series went? There were no tech issues, but holy moly, were those games crazy to watch.
No tech issues. Games
Again,
are
no
slow
tech
and
issues.
boring.
The games were crazy to watch. Granted, I gotta shout this out. Romeo's been doing a fantastic job. Definitely has the superior internet setup to anyone else in our call.
I'm pretty good at it.
Love you, MB.
Don't bring me into this.
Dragon is live. Soul Point is live for Syndicate. We are back to the game.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna allow you to
We're
comment
back.
on that. It's just gonna breathe there. Dragon's already dead.
Colin-
Syndicate took it.
They go this entire game fighting at every opportunity, and then there's finally a fight where everyone's in attendance, and there could be a big brawl, and Sutek just jumps over the wall, executes the Drake, and runs away. Okay, that is gonna be second.
It's
Drake
fantastic.
now
No,
for
this is
XSV
exactly what we
Hydra.
want. And now we're losing Prio on mid to go take the crab. It makes sense. I think it makes sense.
Yeah,
BKP does not know
okay.
which lane to go through. I think he just ulted bot
Spada?
to stop Sean from pushing.
Yeah, I think so as well. Okay, that's Warden just done and dealt with. I mean, Sutek's kind of off on their own, is on 2 wards, so they're spotted. They could possibly try to find. Set is just split pushing, doing their
I will
best.
say
Yorick impression.
Sean is a monster in this game. This set champion
Yeah.
will one shot with W soon. 3 items complete. Sterix is being built here.
Okay,
That
we're just
EQ
fine.
did not hit.
Sutek's just
but-
watching. Sutek has not been seen yet, and Conveyable
come.
Club is not prepared. But here comes the Xerath. Can they find the pick? Sutek is down. Okay, Sutek overheats, tries to find it. Meanwhile, Sean, like you said, is just in the mood for blood. Has done so well. I said they needed to have a good game into this Yorick, and my lord, have they. They find 2 picks, including Sutek the jungler, and now they're going to turn it into a Baron. And Septi, we may just finally be heading
BKB?
towards the curtain call of this map. BKB is gonna, no, they're not gonna find the kill, is going to fall. In fact, Baron still being secured in the background. Is finally taken. Flash over.
What am I watching? What am I watching? What am I watching?
They're dancing around the wall. They're playing right around the Rosie, and they both die.
I have no words. I'm in pain. I'm in pain. It's such in pain. It was the ultimate trade. Double flashes blown. Both of them die. Barrett now being warned by Syndicate. And it looks by all measure of this game, we should be going game 5. But hold on, Sutek might have something to say about it.
Conveyable Cub's gone. Conveyable Cub is
Oh my god, we have Silver Body. We can wave clear.
It. Okay. 2 for 2 overall. And over the last minute. It's 23 to 37, by the way. We are at 60 kills in 33 minutes.
I appreciate everyone being here. This is peak CCS content here. This is what we love. This is what we love to show people. This is what we love to watch as well. I do too. I need water, but this game is never ending, so I will not get water. Granted,
Yeah.
taking a look at items though, let's do some actual analysis here. Seraph is still on 2 items at 33 minutes into the game. Close to finishing that death cap, so should be there soon. BKP is on 4. So this Ziggs is hurting just a little bit. Sivir is on 5. So Conveyable Cub is an absolute monster in this game. Almost to the point of being able to 1v9. I will say, Khalid has been doing a good job of keeping their carry safe this entire game. I've been seeing key eats from various different fights. I will say this game is one unmatched Espada push away from ending as well, despite all the nonsense that's been going on. This Yorick is very strong and has opted to build Leandries
Hey.
in this game where he's already not dealing enough damage to either lane opponent to really do that. People also only go Leandries generally when they go for Deathfire Touch. But you know
Drake
what?
is going to be up, and it's sole point here once again for Sean's fan club.
Sutek?
Positioning.
That guy's a GA.
Yeah, has been noted. Okay, Kakalin goes in right behind Sutek, taking so much damage. Cataclysm
great
comes
patience.
out, and that is gonna be the jungler removed. Double kill.
Sean is behind.
There. Maddie is found, and you're not allowed to leave, says Sean, and that might just be the game. 30 seconds until the closest respawn. Maddie's handbag.
Yo, where are BKP
Aaron
and
is
Espada
active.
going? They're gonna end the game.
They're gonna push through bot, double TP into the Nexus turrets. BKP does do they have the ultimate? They do
Baron
not
is
have
timed out.
ultimate. They do
Ziggs
not
can
have
clear
the
these
wave
waves,
clear.
by the way. Baron is timed out.
They could. Okay, but they're gonna try to force it. They're gonna force it. Okay, turret 1 is gonna be gone. Not Burton does have GA, so they're getting low, but that is not a big factor for them. They're gonna res. They
haymaker.
find BKB. It is now just Espada versus the world. I don't think the Yorick can hold the line. Not like this. As finally we get sweet release from game number 4. We're going 5, 23 and 41, by the way.
I'm not gonna lie.
4 kills.
I can't tell you what happened in that game. That felt like the game was longer. If anyone's seen it, that felt like it was longer than the Odyssey movie. That game, phenomenal movie, but the game never ended. This game went on forever.
Oh god, Silver Scrapes to the side, 3rd place. Because again, this is losers.
I'm just gonna say this,
losers
Soren.
finals.
I'm gonna say this for us, for everyone watching, for the players. It's already late. It's already midnight. So we're gonna head to a break. I hope you guys enjoyed Game 4. We're gonna be back with Silver Scrapes Game 5, Syndicate Sean Fan Club versus XSV Hydra. Stick around. It is the lower bracket finals. We will have the conclusion when we come back. Welcome back. We are here with the Game 5 draft. I hope everyone got a chance to get a snack and some water. I personally had about half of a Cliff Bar and half a glass of milk, and I'm feeling pretty good now, getting ready for this last game of the evening. It is well past midnight here on the East Coast, and I have neighbors and roommates who I hope I don't piss off with this Game 5 performance, but we are here in draft. Bans are relatively similar. Braum taken off the board by Syndicate in this time, as XSV, I believe, has kept the same bans for this entire series for the most part. Definitely Kane, definitely Casio. But Nautilus is going to be the last one locked in. I know the LCK and LPL fans are cheering.
Yeah, I'm not too far behind you though. I'm kind of on the opposite trend. I am almost done with my nondescript energy drink. I'll flash it for a second there. We don't want to. If you want to be seen on screen, sponsor us. But it
No
is
free
midnight. It is
advertisement here,
late.
Soren.
No free advertisement here. As we do see first pick for red side, it's going to be the Kai'Sa. It looks like both teams are going to want to lock in their bot laners. I'd imagine this is probably going to be support, especially seeing as Nautilus is already picked up. I feel like that Kai'Sa is both a take to prevent it being paired with the Nautilus while also just being a pretty good option. Imagine probably some sort of no, it's
No.
going to be Karma. Okay.
No, not this lane. Oh my god.
Karma.
Many a time I've heard people unironically tell me that they like the Kai'Sa Karma lane. And every time I think to myself, why would you want to play a champion that is so good with support champions that give it a proc of its passive, that you would choose to pick a support that does not have a readily available point to their passive? And also, Karma is just like countered by Nautilus, by the way. You point and click, doesn't matter how fast you are, the Nautilus ulti will go in. Yunara is a great answer here as well. Champion's going to scale super well, going to be able to outrange the Kai'Sa as well. Pairs nicely with the Nautilus, and now I imagine we are going to have a jungler here for the side of Syndicate. What is not important around this game out? I imagine it could be something like Vi would be very good. Double down on the point and click. There's actually a lot of stuff. Could be Graves. Could be Mbessa is a champion that I think is really good. I don't like Lilia as much. I think there's still a lot to be done on this red side here that could counter the Lilia. Question is, what does Sutek play as a response?
I actually don't hate the Lilia in concept. It really does depend on what the second half of this draft is, because mind you, they have swapped sides again. So Syndicate is back on to the blue side. And earlier, when we saw them do pretty well, they had a composition that was very heavy on a single target CC, locking down one specific character.
No way,
They
not
also
on
had
Horse Week.
on Horse Week. No,
Someone tell Golden.
you know what? Okay, Septi. Which of the three? Which of the three are we seeing? It's got to be one of
So
the
the one.
three
So
pins.
I play. So when I play Hecarim, I do use High Noon Hecarim.
Okay. I
In
could see
solo
it being
queue,
Hydra.
when I play comp, I use Arcade. I will say,
Okay.
I think Syndicate's comp
BB
is still
jungles.
Lilia is technically a counter to Hecarim a lot of the time because she builds Rylai's, which is she's able to match the movement speed and she's able to slow the Hecarim down. So
Yeah.
I mean,
She
in theory, it's not that great of a match, to be honest, apart from the clear speed. And I don't know, maybe they were like gun to head, told to pick similar aesthetic champions. I don't know.
and maybe just for the fun of it. It is game 5. A lot on the line here, but I will also say again, just to kind of finish my point, they did kind of have a composition where it was a lot of single target CC, and then they had one character. It was the Galio originally, that had a good amount of AOE
What?
CC with that taunt. Okay, we are speeding. This is the game plan. The game plan is quite literally run at them. Not in the sense of run it down.
Yo,
It is
Do
quite
we have
literally run at them.
targeted CC XSV? Do we have anything to lock the Lilia down? Do we have anything to lock down the Yunara? No. We're just gonna
It's gonna be a lot.
and now we also give Syndicate the best champion on the patch. This is very cool.
Okay.
I think we've played this one to a T. Olaf, jokes aside, is the best top laner on the patch, hands down. With the Nautilus setup, with the Lilia sleep as well, there's not a single champion on the side of XSV that will touch him. He will absolutely run them down. And the only thing I could think that could save them would have been something like Cassio or Syndra or I gotta know, Soren. What's the laugh? What are we looking at? I gotta know. I need to know. I want to be in on the joke.
It's in the chat. Syntax said something before, and I wasn't ready for it. I think they looked at that group. Sorry. They got the Vigar, so Baby Cage is gonna be in effect.
Oh,
That's gonna
Zed
be
would be
approved.
perfect to round this comp out. That would make my day.
The Baby Cage
We're
is
not.
actually
Surely
gonna
we're
be a
not.
really good answer. Mainly into that Singe and Hecarim. What are we gonna get as final? Is it gonna be Mel?
Something
Yeah, of
that
course it's
something
gonna be
that
Mel.
Mel is not bad. Mel is not bad. Mel is not bad. It is a fairly good answer to the Vigar's delete button. It also can technically rebound the Lilia sleeps.
Also, technically, does it also bounce the?
You can also
the
hook
Vigar
herself
ultimate?
in to Colin if she wants.
Does it bounce Vigar ult? It should, right? That's protected.
It does bounce Vigar ulti. It does.
So yeah, I mean Mel, not Vel. Mel. Actually, I do like that a lot. Also, more CC.
Well, we swapped mid laners. Holy shit. Sorry, language. My apologies, advertisers. I normally don't do this. It is 12:20 currently at night.
Now we're
and
not
my
gonna
brain
get
is
the energy
fried.
drink sponsor, Septi. What
My
are you
brain
doing?
is fried. My brain is fried. No, I mean I'm excited. I think this game is gonna be really bloody again. I think top lane is it might. I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if Sean and Espada are just. I'm gonna laugh, but I think it's very possible that they will both be trying to proxy farm the other person. So if you see both top laners between the towers and not in their actual lane, that's par for the course.
It could be a handshake
Yeah.
there. I would not be surprised. I mean, I think both of them want to get ahead. I don't know if would either of them win if they like would anyone
Yes,
be
Olaf
in a
will
better position?
smash the.
Okay.
If they ever actually try and fight, Olaf will smash the singed.
Okay. I guess
true
yeah. There's
damage
also
and
Olaf is actually usually able to catch up to the Sin.
Olaf will
Like,
take
kind of
Ghost as well. Most likely, will also probably
Yeah.
have Swifties. Singe will probably also be able to outrun, but if they actually ever fight, I think Olaf will be more than fine. My worry for XSV is that there is no, again, as I said, targeted CC. Granted, they have a champion on Syndicate that will just ignore the what the hell?
That's
Oh, is that what it was?
That's what I was.
That's amazing. That's
I wasn't
fantastic.
ready for this.
That's you know what?
That.
W production. The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord.
Oh, God.
I was looking for words to describe that game for Soren, and I was just looking through. I was looking up like quotes about history and quotes about stuff for the history books, and I found this great quote, and it describes Game 4 perfectly. It's from David McCullough. It goes, "No harm is done to history by making it something someone would want to read. And that game, if put in book form, would be hilariously amazing."
I think, and I would love to see it. I don't know how it would be possible. You'd have to stitch a lot of audio clips together. But if someone can take the VOD of that game
Oh, God.
4, but just start putting
need
like
the Benny Hill
Tom
theme.
and Jerry music, Benny
Yeah,
Hill or like
yeah.
Tom and Jerry music behind it, just the
Oh my
entirety
God.
of the game from start to finish. I think
Sorry,
it might
redactions
be
in
one of
chat.
the
Head
most
of content.
entertaining.
Let's get on that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Someone
please
can do it.
please
Surely.
do. Oh Lord, I mean,
Oh, perfect pin in the chat as well. Thank you, CCS lol. But yeah, I mean, thinking about this game realistically,
okay.
I would say XSV has a fairly solid composition. They like to go fast, but on the other side, Apollo, or not Apollo. Gee, my brain is fried. I quickly glanced my eyes over to the Syndicate logo, and my eyes locked in on Apollo. But anyway, Syndicate also have a very good composition. They have solid engage from Colin. They have solid zone control with his Vigar and the Lilia. And then the Olaf will just be able to run down anyone on XSV who is not sped up by Ghost or Karma. Well, we'll go over these shortly because I think we're going to go to a break as they load into game. Yeah, I mean, Olaf is the best champion currently on the patch in the top lane in, I think, all roles. I think Olaf is the best champ. Just nothing can kill it and nothing can CC it. And when you have set up with the Vigar, with the Nautilus, the Olaf is going to be able to free hit the entire time. Lilia, I hope, builds correctly this time. I think there was a series last week where the Lilia was picked and she did no damage because we went for a Zhonya second. And so the damage fell off a cliff. Veigar will scale up nicely. It's a little tough into the Mel. Definitely outranged, definitely outpoked as well. As we take a look again at the other side, Sutek, I don't know the clear speed of Hecarim. I've been seeing it make somewhat of a comeback, but I'm never worried when I see Hecarim on the other team. I've never cast a Singed game before. So this is going to be a first for me, Soren.
It's usually a little chaotic. I mean, in theory, combination with Hecarim, if you're able to get the ultimate off and Sin just had a lot of time to set up, like during a big team fight or something, in theory, you can get a lot of time with your opponent stuck in that smoke if they are feared up. So in theory, there is a pretty good combination there if they time it well. I just don't know. I don't know how it's going to work in practice. Theoretically, has been has been the word of the night. I don't know why I had name in my head there. It has been the word of the night, though it has been completely useless because it gets thrown out the window the moment we get into the game. But I mean, yeah, and that is going to be team compositions. Last game was brawly. It was scrappy. I'm expecting something similar, especially with the Hecarim and the Singed and the Olaf. So expect a lot more fighting, but we're going to send it to a break. Let Spectator Delay do his thing, and we'll be back for game number 5. Don't go anywhere.
Dreaming is free. That is why we must dream. It is game 5. It is 12:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. XSV Hydra and Syndicate Sean Fan Club are trying now to get their spot in the grand final of the CCS Revival Series here. The Apollo League is back. It is game 5. How soon is this game going to get decided? It could go from one mistake. It could be a one minion you overstep for. It could be a single hook that you think might not hit. And to those of you in this game who have held on to flashes
BKB.
and summoners,
Oh.
good flash from BKP, keeping the HP full.
Okay.
You see,
Maybe barely getting
Singe is
away
already
with
going for the
that.
proxy.
Yeah, immediately. So
Oh,
it
he's
is
not
gonna
going for the
be
proxy. He's
noted.
going to. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, Espada. This is
No
gonna be
shot. No shot. They don't get seen. Okay. What
Not
is
important might die
going
here, by the
on?
way, or at least be forced to flash here.
Uh,
Espada's gonna be out of mana without a
possibly.
ghost.
yeah,
Oh
not
my
important.
God.
Just completely forced away is gonna have to back. I mean, that's way too low for the clear. So, okay, not important's entire clear is just ruined. Is now gonna go back to lane Espada.
Oh my
and
God, Sean is
honestly,
missing axes.
It's not.
Well,
It's not even a bad state. Espada doesn't
Well,
lose all that much.
it would
It's
have
fine.
been. It would have been, but Sean equalized the mana with 2 Qs, and I think he only hit one of them. Maybe he hit none of them. But yeah, I mean, this clear is absolutely ruined for not important, as they are forced to now ignore their top 2 camps because they got pushed off by the Singed and are going to be forced to just go into the bot side. We'll get spotted by this ward as well. What is happening?
The-
Are we
the
going
ward
to try
gives
and
one
3
of
camp
those.
this now? Is that what we're doing? Wolves give you the most XP. So if you go wolves red, if you go wolves plus any 2 other camps, you will get level 3. So I'm curious
is
as to what not important is going to try and do here.
That seems like what it's gonna be. They're going Krogs next, so they're at least get the level 3 off the back of it. Hecarim is seemingly a little bit behind, but I mean both will be able to arrive if they want to go for this scuttle. But you'd imagine Hecarim's gonna have a little bit of the advantage. Yeah, but he's doing a pretty good job in this lane as well, keeping Tiny Tibbs just away and out of the fight.
Take a look. Lilia is just going to be clearly back towards that top side here. Should be trying to make sure that they are able to get at least one of the crabs here. The sequence is ruined for the Lilia, unfortunately. But so it still should be fine to do so. As,
They're
we'll
going to
grab
be
that top
like
crab.
a top scrab. Yeah, so the
Hecarim started Raptors
players
though,
could be
so
ruined.
I'm curious to see if they'll be able to do something here. As Tiny Tibbs so low, the Mel passive not going to take down the Vigar for the time being, but the lane is going well for the XSV mid laner, and Sutek gonna try and spot out where this Lilia could have gone. Did see them hitting Raptors on that ward, so should have known that the Lilia had the red buff and that none of this would be up, but it's fine. Reminder, it's 12:30 in the morning. Players are not supposed to be expected to play their best when they've already been playing 4 intense games and now are on to 5.
And notably, there's about 5 less kills than this time last
That's
game. So
very true. You know what? That's so
we are
true.
notably already on a much slower trajectory. That probably has to do a lot with the fact that it is a Singed who is not putting nearly as much pressure up on the top side, and the bot laners are nowhere near as aggressive as the Ezreal and the Sivir. The Sivir? I don't even remember. It's a late night. It's fine. As we see, lanes start hitting that level 5, notably mid and top, both at level 5, just one level away from getting their ultimates, which is when I expect a lot of the fighting to really get started, especially up on the top side, as I'm sure
The
Singe is
Sutek
going to
gank
do a lot
without
of damage.
basing.
Okay,
Ghost
here
popped.
we go. It's going to be huge.
Oh my God,
Pull
Espada.
back. The pull back as well, but Espada is so low, and Olaf is just
Sutek
gonna
dies
win
here,
it.
by the way.
Turn around. Yeah, he does. He just gets melted. Sutek, do you have the means? No, you should not be turning back.
Lilia's
just get
here.
out of
Lilia's
dodge.
here.
There's the
Lilia's
Q.
here. Lilia's here.
Yeah, that's okay. Oh no, it's just That's so rough. Olaf immediately with 2 kills. BKP somehow surviving through this gank as well. Is gonna be able to live. Kakala finds nothing. Oh no, it is looking. Oh, it's gonna be scrappy. I can feel it already.
This is
we
gonna be a
hit level
game.
5, it's gonna get
Unfortunately,
scrappy.
unfortunately, Sean on the best champion in the game is already off to a lead with no sums available anymore for Sutek. Thankfully, Espada does have Ghost back on that top side after harassing the Lilia with it. Yeah, I mean, 14 CS lead. The wave is completely. I mean, he can't freeze this. He has Hydra, or Tiamat, so we cannot actually clear this. And now, Espada's doing the thing that Singes do. He's going to proxy, and will be a-okay to do so. The Olaf has waves to clear of his own. And I wouldn't be surprised, as I said in draft, if this Olaf happened to skedaddle his way behind the tower to also try and start proxying. And if he does, I'm going to laugh. Oh, where's
He's
the
going
Olaf
to the
going, guys?
jungle.
Where's the Olaf going?
Yeah.
Is anyone laning top lane anymore? I'm surprised.
It's going to be the start of the proxy war. Meanwhile, bot lane does have a lot of presence. Drake is up. We have Sutek in the vicinity with Maddie's handbag making their way up, but I don't know if they're willing to go for this. I mean,
Lily's
Olaf's
getting
nowhere
free
to be
raptors as
found.
well, by the way. Sutek might have gotten the bot crab, but Lily is going to take his entire top side for it.
Yeah, this is
a game.
rough here.
This is a game.
Game of decisions that are being
Yeah,
made
true.
in real time.
Sean's still
Headroom's
proxying.
staying towards the bot side, and
Yeah, Heck is catching a wave, but that wave is not nearly worth the camps you're losing. Nor is it
Well,
worth your
Drake
top laner
is-
getting denied entrance to the lane.
I guess they also aren't aware of where the Lilia is right now.
Oh my god.
So they're
Okay, we're taking Dragon too, I guess.
okay. There we
I
go.
mean, that's fine.
Okay.
It's not the end of the world.
That's-
It's decent. It's decent. It's decent. I would
That's
argue
the
that
entire
that
top gone.
XSV is definitely stronger at this point in the game. So they should be doing this. They have push and bot, they have push and mid, and so being able to take this dragon is good. The problem is that Hecarim has no camps to go back to, and so is either going to be forced to take a bad gank or wait.
Neither
yet
which great options. No,
Neither which are
really,
great,
really
for
not
sure.
feeling good.
it looks
Lilia
like we're going to be
also
going
now
for the
gonna have
gank option.
full camps. Yeah, I mean Lilia has full camps, so Lilia is going to be able to just continue to CS. Notably, still playing catch up to the Hecarim, but with full clear is going to be able to do some significant damage. I don't even know if Hecarim's aware of the fact they will be aware that the okay, no, never mind. I do think the mill roamed up, so they're aware that the top has been taken, which is why we see them start on that bottom side.
Espada.
Is okay. That Q could have been deadly if it landed, but Espada gets out. We'll pop the fruit just to be able to subsist and not be at risk of dying. As we see the gold here, pretty sizable gold gap in that top lane, obviously. Besides that, I think it's actually pretty close. It's about 200 in favor of the Kaisa. As we see a little bit of trading down bot side, but nothing too crazy. Baby Cage come out, but BKB is totally fine.
Sean has to be a little bit careful. Without Ragnarok, it's a little bit tough to go, but Ghost Pop for the Olaf. Nice dodge from Espada for the time being. Should be safe with that. Axe, though, going to land as a Tiamat as well for a little bit extra damage. Nice
Oh,
flip. And
Sean!
Sean goes down, but no, the Axe trades. And it's going to be a shutdown for the Singe and a trade kill back for the Olaf. And with that wave stacking back towards the red side, it is going to be actually a winning situation for Espada here. That's a very nice play from the XSV top laner, is able to even out what was a fairly painful lane as Cavable Cup now.
Okay. Oh, okay, Maddie just way too
my goodness,
far
Maddie.
away on the wrong side of the map and is going to be melted by Conveyable Cub, who is going to be able to get that pick. So that is going to be gold and XP going over to the ADC. This is not amazing for XSV Hydra, who are starting to bleed out a little bit here. Obviously, 3 of those kills onto the Olaf, but having the Olaf and the Yunara have the 4 kills you currently have are not amazing to see if you're Hydra.
Sutek is hitting this with his mid laner basing.
Okay, Sutek's get. Oh no, blue team did steal the Void Grubs. How many did they get? They only got 1. So XSV Hydra still finds the 2.
Tibbs is looking for the Olaf, who or the Hecarim, sorry, who is low. But yeah, I mean, Hecarim was able to take 2, which is not bad. It's a fairly nice play. Um, and Lilia is going to go back to hit her camps. It will be, I think, a bit of a CS lead for the Lilia once she starts hitting her own camps. Very close to already finishing that Leandri's, as Maddie is trying to make sure this wave goes in on the bot side. Kvibble Cup doing a good job of pulling it. Although I don't think this wave freezes just enough, but it will be slowly pushing back, and annoyingly so for Maddie. Maddie's handbag now trying to, again, find some wards, trying to figure out what is up for this Lilia as Colin. Oh, Sutek is here.
Okay, big engage coming in. Kakalin, will they be able to get out? Not with BKB standing between them and retreat. Conveyable Cub gets pushed away as well, and that is going to be a pretty nice gank. They're going to get this wave into a pretty good position. Notably, though, no Drake, so it's a lot of pressure down towards bot side, but they can't really capitalize into anything else. So Hecarim's just going to go back to the wave, and Vygar does get quite a bit of CS alone on mid lane.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Sutek didn't take that time to actually walk in and check the camps as Espada getting lower and lower. No mana really available. Oh my goodness, what was that flash?
Hey, Sean, Olaf finds another casual. Espada getting punished a little bit here, especially as this wave is going to crash. Does Espada have TP? No, there's no TP because they're singed. So it is going to be a pretty nice crash here for the Olaf, who's going to get a turret plate off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, Sean getting that lead and increasing it, doing a nice job, 10 CS per minute on that top side. Same for BKP in the mid. And I mean, in the jungle as well, it's going to be a level lead for Not Important on this Lilia. I'm not quite sure what the exact numbers are, but Hecarim should be pretty close. Doesn't have their item available to them yet, but it will be 1 jungle snack to 3 still available, as the Lilia is going to look to potentially make for a play bot side. Does have the Leandris available to them. Sutek gonna hit level 9, gonna even up the XP in the jungle.
Trying to hit some pretty notable level spikes. I will say Sean currently 2 levels up over their late opponent as we see the ultimate come through, but massive interruption as Sutek runs into a brick wall.
Leap
Trying
onto
to do what
3.
he can, but that is going to be a 3-man sleep coming out from the Lilia. There's the value of the deer, but fortunately Kakala
BKB?
is very low. BKB tries to find something. It's just not enough damage. However, it's a little bit too early in the game for Mel to start executing tanks like that. But in the end, it ends up being a 1-for-1 overall.
Yeah, I mean, a 1-for-1 flash off of the Mel, flash off of, I believe it was the Nautilus and the Vygar as well. Karma's here trying to catch Conveyable Cub, is going to try and land the root. Conveyable Cub sticking around for whatever reason, going to take a lot of damage in exchange. Dragon is available, and with no camps, Sutek should be able to start walking to this one. Pretty uncontested. It will be a fight for sure, but the ultis are up for no one in this fight.
I mean, just the fact that the scuttle is going to be low is going to give important. The fact that at least someone's in the area. Drake is not going. Never mind. It is going to reset here, but it's going to get stopped before the full reset comes through. There's no vision for red side, but they're just going to give it up. They do not want the smoke. They are not going to take the fight, and that is going to be the first strike for blue side. Yes, it's going to be 1-for-1 plus the scuttle as well. So no. Oh no!
In trouble again.
Oh no! Espada! 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 Get out! Get out, my man!
Should be fine. That Singe is very fast with those Swifties completed already. Both of them popped Ghosts as well to walk away. Lilia is now going to be trying to clear her camps towards the top side, it looks, for the potential spawn of this Herald in a few seconds' time. Yeah, I mean, this game is going pretty evenly so far. Gold lead only about 1,000 or so for Syndicate, which is pretty similar to what we saw last game before it really started. All right, that's just mean, Romeo. That's just mean. It's late, man. You're gonna catch them resetting a camp. That's just mean.
But overall, right now, it's actually pretty neutral. Sutek going for a recall here. I mean, there's nothing really to play for. About 4 minutes on the timer for the Drake. Rift Herald not even up right now. So right now, both teams just kind of playing for this neutral game, and as opposed to last match,
Colin?
it is not going to be a fight to fight. But here comes Sutek. I don't know if they're prepared for the in lane gank, and Colin is just going to be felled. It's going to go over to the Kaisa, who's starting to go a little crazy. Conveyable Cub's still alive, but that wave clear is going to put them under pressures. Maddie's going to stay in lane, and Sutek's still at least close enough to go for the regank. So we're going to have to see this Yunara play a little bit safer.
Yeah, I mean, Sutek does still have the ulti available to them on this Hecarim. A great lane gank from the XSV jungler as BKP is pinched.
Oh, baby cage. Okay, and it goes right into Tiny Tibbs. They do find the pick. BKP is very
burn.
low. The bowling ball. Okay, it does miss, but the damage, the burn is
hook.
enough. Lilia finds the Mel, and Sutek is going to be found out as well. Lilia, the deer, finds two. That's going to be Rift Herald secured. That's going to be Sean's fan club taking a little bit of a lead here. About 1,000 gold in their favor. It's going to be more when they secure the Rift Herald. Espada is in a pretty rough position. Don't know if
Espada got
to be
creep
able to
boxed.
turn anything. Yeah, that might just be Espada dead because Lilia is also in the area. No, they're not going to go for it.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Espada gets out. Okay.
Rylai's and Sifties, the Singe is fine. The Singe is fine. It does not matter, unfortunately. John would probably need Phase Rush to actually make something happen. Can I say something? Conveyable Cub being S-keyed there made me think of something I appreciate, and I'm going to knock on wood so hard. I appreciate that we haven't had many pauses in this series. So going to land on Colin, but Hecarim is here again.
Now you said it. Yeah, Sutek says hello. Not going to be able to do much because Maddie's hitback is very, very low, and Maddie's also at half health.
You think he knows it's
very
warded?
frankly, definitely not. He would not still be here. He knew it was warded. That's a little unfortunate. But will eventually be spotted out and just has to back away. So that's a little bit of waste of time for the Hecarim. But Hecarim's so fast it shouldn't mean too much in the grand scheme of things.
No, it shouldn't. We'll be able to go back to their camps pretty easily. Conveyable Co. and Colin will be able to get their bases shortly. This Lilia is now farming out very well, up about 5 camps or so, maybe a little bit more. Doing a good job on their own. Still up a level or half a level on their counterpart, and this Lilia is going to be working towards another mask item. It should be that Rift Maker on the Lilia, which is fantastic considering how long these fights should be going and how much HP she will need to survive both the Mel and the Kaisa and probably the Singe as well, as Espada once again has engaged the Olaf. Ghost will be popped by both of them.
And it's not even used by Sean.
It
Sean
looks
just
so
uses it to run back.
stupid. Oh my goodness.
Guys, what a fast game. What a fast game. Olaf, Lilia, and Hecarim Singed is quite... And that top
Dude, and
half
Karma.
of the map is
And
just,
Karma,
yeah,
man.
and Karma. What a fast game. As we do see all 3 bot
Oh my
lane
God.
and
Swirling
so,
Seed.
massive sleep. Are they going to try to go for it? Pull in, root it up. Damage is there. Conveyable Cub to find the pick as well. TPs
We
are gonna be
TP'd for
invested
this?
by the Singe. That is going to be a massive hindrance. I mean, like, what does Espada do here? Nothing. They're just going to go for the wave clear.
They catch the wave.
They're not
I think he
pushed too far
TP'd to
forward.
make sure they didn't lose more, so they wouldn't guaranteed lose the dragon. But Sean is here now as well. And with
If
the
that
kill lead,
hook
Maddie will be
lands-
back. Maddie
Okay.
will be back with ulti. Sutek is here off of vision. Good spot for the Hecarim, actually. Very good spot for the Hecarim. No ulti
Yeah,
on
this
Colin.
could- Okay. Ward it is spotted out. Sutek goes in, and he's going to be stolen by Sutek. That is massive, and he gets out scot-free. Member of his team does fall, but like a thief in the night, runs in, gets the smite, and is out before they ever have a moment to even look.
Is he even
or
allowed to
CC
execute
him.
here?
Should be. I don't think he got hit. Okay, there
No,
we
he
go.
didn't
I was
get
gonna say, I think he quite
Wow.
literally ran in, smited, and got out. No one hit him.
Sorry, I'm seeing my point proven in chat from way earlier on in the game. Wolves plus double buff gives you level 3. Whereas double buff plus Raptors does not. That's why I said Wolves gives you the most XP. Obviously, the outer camps give you more, but between the ones in the middle, Wolves gives you more and enough to hit level 3. But anyway, looking back at this, Colin, I don't know why I said Callie. Colin looking to go for some more plays, but oh my God, BKP just absolutely one-shots Conveyable Cub.
Yeah, Lily is at least there to stop the wave from pushing, but that is just very, very rough. This Tiny Tibbs is just gone. Right now, it really is primarily the Olaf being a threat. Yunara does fall
Colin?
in the midst of chaos, so that is
pulls him out of
rough.
the.
Maddie's handbag gonna get low as Tiny Dibs is in the area. Doing some good chunk damage as Big Sleep comes out onto the mill.
Oh, no,
Not
Syndicate is
very
here.
mobile. That's so much damage, but the pullback and then the movement, but the damage, the burn should do it. Lilia able to get it, and now it's a race. The deer versus the horse. Gonna take a tower shot, but won't be able to outrun the Kaisa with the gap close. A lot invested, but in the end, it's a 1-for-1 again.
Yeah, almost able to get out of that one, but a nice Praise Seeker from the Kaisa to be able to knock that one down. Is going to drop that bot tower probably as payment for that kill. But a nice cleanup by Maddie there to try and keep them in the game. This is an interesting build on Kaisa that I have not seen before. But I imagine it hits like it's some weird perfect build number where it hits the upgrades at the right time or based off of certain levels or whatever. But it will be more AP being built as... same story, different day. No, it's going to be Sean actually getting the kill onto Espada, who even popped the ulti to try and walk out of that one and wasn't able to do so. I don't know how I feel about Protobolt's second on Espada this game. I feel like you might need more damage than that because currently you have 2 health AP utility items on this Singe, and I don't know how well that's going to do.
Yeah. We do have Rift Herald. Is going to be popped. They're going to try to go for this wave clear. Drake is up in 2 minutes. I'm assuming this Rift Herald was popped just due to time. Is going to be able to get 1 crash, which is pretty darn nice. I don't think that gets rid of the turret. Can't really see on the map or on the camera right now. Barely hanging on. So if they can get even like a second on the turret, that turret is just going to be demolished.
Yeah, I mean, we're really hard focused on mid. There's nothing up currently, but everyone is here. I don't really know what we're doing. I mean, fight for sure. I'm shocked that this is the product that we have in game 5 after whatever it was in game 4. But I mean, take a look around. Both these junglers are doing a good job keeping farmed. Most laners are farming phenomenally. Everyone but Espada is above 9 CS per minute. Most of them are close to 10. If not on 10, as not important. He's gonna find Sutek here, but with that blue pet, we'll be able to walk this one out with the root though from BKP.
Yeah, that is gonna be massive as it delays just long enough to allow Sutek to get out, which is perfect because my lord, was there a lot of people in the area who wanted that pick. Maddie is gonna find some good damage onto the turret. I think the turret is gonna fall. Sutek in the area, though, to help their team, and somehow the mid-tier 1 for Red Side's not the first one to fall. That thing is hanging on by hopes and dreams. Drake is going to be up in 40 seconds. That is going to be something that probably both teams want. Obviously, Sean's fan club don't want to give up Soul Point, and XSV wants Soul Point. So I'd imagine this is going to at least be a skirmish.
Yeah, I imagine that Sean will probably move down for this again, or at least try and use a TP more aggressively this time. It was a spite steal from Sutek last time, so could potentially be doing this again. But yeah, I mean, items looking really good. It looks like it's going to be an MR item coming out from Not Important as their 3rd item, which I don't hate. There is a lot of AP on the side of XSV. I think a Fawn would go phenomenally in this game. Hecarim is sort of the only person not doing magic damage, and even then his ulti and his W do magic, so you're getting a lot of value there. Sean is now basing to join up with their team. Dragon is live. It is going to be that Infernal Dragon. It's Not Important. It's now looking to sweep.
Okay, big root coming out. The shield is probably going to protect them there. Okay, Drake is at about 50%. Sutek is going to spot, tries to go in.
Why is he allowed to walk in for
steal?
free?
They will! Sutek gets another one. I don't know if they're going to be able to get out this time. Knocked up. Lilia misses it. And that is going to be Sutek with the nab once more. Olaf wants to find it, but the flash over the wall.
I mean, Mel's gonna reflect as well, so they don't even take the damage. Sutek, the Thief and the Knight strikes again. There's that 3 steals, the Baron from last game, and now 2 Drakes.
Hey, this is the 1 a.m. game. This is this is the price. Hecarim was able to walk in there completely unspotted, completely off vision, and was just able to step out of the bush and already be in smite range. Probably could have just sat in the bush and smited it, and it would have been the same. Wouldn't have even had to ulti or ghost or do anything for that smite steal. And that's unfortunate because the smite was early from not important, and it went down to, I want to say, 18 HP before Sutek smited it. And in a game like this, in a game that's already so close, in a game that you are up only 2,000 gold, most of which wasn't even at that fight, you got to be able to land these abilities, or you got to be able to talk to your team about how to keep the Hecarim away, or at least force him to trade himself for the dragon. We're doing this again.
Yeah, we are. It's the same hotel.
We're doing this
Second
again.
verse is same as the first. And notably, he's on.
There goes the ghost, and we're done. Well done.
Yep. Bye. Handshake
That's
away.
enough.
Good job, gents. I will
that's one
say,
of those-
notably. Go for
Yeah.
it.
No. I was saying nonsense.
Okay, I was gonna say. I mean, to be fair, despite the kill difference, that's really the only big difference between these two teams. Okay, Maddie just tries to go in and is going to be able to get the execute. Going to get hit by that Nautilus. The bowling ball just barely going wide. Good.
What are we
dodge
doing?
from
Why is Lilia
Maddie,
flashing in?
But it's the sleep, but there's no follow-up. Not able to slam down on Maddie. TP coming through. We're fighting the fight, folks, and that's going to be Sean right into the middle of them all. You cannot run from the Olaf. At least not this time, but he's chasing after a spot of all the characters. Why is he racing after the character that he's been constantly too slow to fight? Never mind, Tiny Tibbs. Outplay Button does outplay Button things and explodes the Sins, who tries to get away. Why not? For a little bit of chaos. A throwback to Game 4.
It's going to be a 3-for-2 in favor of XSV. Saved by Sean and Tibbs, trying to get this one back in their favor. A great ulti from Tibbs to clean up the Singed, who was being oh so annoying to Sean. Yeah, it was funny. Sean homed in on the Singed as if it was a familiar target, as if it was someone he had known for a long time, which in this case he had. But I mean, that was great. That was a great play from Maddie to start it off. The Prey Seeker into the Killer Instinct, just getting that first kill onto Conveyable Cub and then really turning it around. I was stunned that Lilia flashed into that fight after only landing 1 sleep. And that's one of those where I felt like you just cut your losses. You go, okay, I guess I die for this because I don't do enough damage, or they're too tanky, or we missed a spell. I'm not sure which one it was in that case. But I mean, it's looking really good. It's not important is trying to multi-camp. Unfortunately, just like the red buff, they are caught at an unfortunate time.
It's 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's fine.
It's 1 o'clock. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. I definitely would not be playing solo queue at this hour anyway. You know, I definitely don't do that. Oh, -1. Maddie gonna dodge away from the bowling ball. As I'm curious as to what the breaking point would be. I thought that fight was gonna be the throw that XSV were looking for. But Sean didn't even TP into that fight. Sean was just there.
Yeah. Oh no,
Which
Sean
is a great
did,
usage.
Yeah,
He did.
I believe
It shows.
He TP'd right into the middle, if I remember.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I remember he quite literally into the middle of like 3 or 4 of them, if I'm remembering correctly. Because I think Vigar was already in the area.
Well, Dragon is up at 30
Drake up in
seconds,
third.
and Syndicate, I think for the first time all series, are going to be fully set up well before the Dragon is available. They're going to have their items. They're going to be able to push 1 wave and have full control of the side of the jungle that they're trying to play. They will be losing their top tower for this setup, but that's totally fine. You want more time to catch your waves anyway. And as long as they don't leave the river to go do something stupid on mid-wave, that should be perfect for them. It's going to be nothing traded because I don't think they do Baron fast enough. And there's no camps for Sutek to take on the top side. Very well set up, Syndicate. Well done. It may be 1 o'clock in the morning, but you're doing a phenomenal job on this drag setup.
Absolutely.
Oh, they did start. They started Baron.
Baron's they're gonna try to sneak Baron. Okay, I don't know if they have the damage for this, and that is going to be a ward, so they're aware
They do have the
of
damage.
this.
They do have the damage. Are they able to tank it is the problem.
I also don't think they just don't do enough to
Body gets
stop.
hooked?
Yeah, no, everyone's here.
Olaf, Sean?
is into the back line. Okay. Sean is just 1v3 in the back
Oh my
line.
God,
It's
Sean.
almost able to win. Does so much damage to Maddie. They are able to secure the Drake off the back of that. So Lily is a little bit late, but Sean basically takes that away from them. Colin is going to have to back away. That's a little bit risky. But yeah, no, they're at least going to stop the Baron take.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go 1-for-1 in the end. It will be Sutek for Sean. And Sean, I thought, was going to be able to do more for that there. But, Espada, where did that swirling seed just go? Did we click on our map? Might have clicked on our map there. Whew. It is, I mean, we're still in a deadlock here. This is the type of game 5 you want. Unfortunately, I can't be screaming at 1 in the morning. Otherwise, I would be.
I can. I'll keep the hype. I'll keep the hype.
I
hype.
appreciate it.
live
I
near
appreciate
anyone.
it.
I don't live near anyone. I can scream as loud as I want. We do have a lot of presence towards mid here. Obviously, there's no Drake. Baron is still up, though, and we know these teams do like to fight. So I could imagine, I mean, we're already seeing it here. They're going hunting. They want to try to find a kill so they can turn it around. That's actually a pretty good reflect into slow there, but doesn't really do all that much in the grand scheme of everything. They do lose a turret down on bot side, though, so they are slowly bleeding control of their own jungle.
Yeah, they are. But as we approach 30 minutes, or as we reach 30 minutes, it is going to be only 1,000 gold in favor of Sin. And they're looking pretty solid here. If we could get up the items again, that'd be pretty phenomenal to be able to take a look at what's going on. Yeah, I mean, it's 3 minutes to Dragon. Baron is up and available. Romeo, if you were here, can we get items back, please?
We might be.
Wait,
We
brothers.
might. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Fantastic. There we go. Lovely. Take a look around the items. We can take a look. It's gonna be 3 items completed for both AD carries. This Kaisa has 4. It's gonna be a big problem, especially with that Mikhail is available for them. I am curious to think of what items Espada is going to be going for moving forward, because looking at that build, I can only think of one thing as Conveyable Cub gets hit with another Prey Seeker, and maybe another one even here. No, it's going to go to Colin.
Okay.
This
do some serious damage, though. Look at the damage.
This Singe build
That's a chunk
is just the build that is like, it's meant to be the mosquito on your screen. You're never going to kill it, and it's never going to kill you, but it's just there. Golly, this build looks to be so annoying. It's just gonna slow you. You're never gonna kill him.
To be fair, every time there's been a big team fight, Olaf does seem to be drawn to the Singe like a
dude. It's the
moth
mosquito.
to a
It's the mosquito buzzing
Oh.
next to your ear.
Yeah, if it keeps pulling Sean away, I don't see a problem with that, very frankly. It's not important.
Not important.
Oh, you might be in the wrong spot. You might be in the wrong neighborhood, buddy. Pulled back into the middle
Sleep
of
onto 2.
everyone. They are going to get the sleep on the Maddie. I think it's cleansed away, so they're going to be fine. Not important. Get it really low. Why'd you go back in? No, that is going to be the Lilia down.
Hold on,
That's going to be
Conveyable Cub.
really important. Okay, they are going to find the follow-up. However, they might lose their jungler, but that's a double kill over to the Yunar, possibly best case
Sean?
scenario. And here comes Sean running down Maddie. There's nothing Maddie can do. Finally chasing someone down who's not just pure speed incarnate, and there's nothing Maddie can do.
We're just hitting the. Oh, I guess no. Sutek is available. Ugh. We can't hit Baron because Sutek is alive and our jungler is dead. I cannot believe this.
He'll get another steal. He'll get another
man.
steal.
Dude, like.
Get the real
Sutek
ready.
is gonna try and stop these bases here. No one is around though anymore to be stopped. Yeah, I mean, a great play from the side of Syndicate to be able to try and get some kills back in their pocket. 30 seconds on the Dragon. Sutek has not based and is not on the right side of the map. But that said, Singed and Kaiser are both dead, so the setup would be very difficult to say the very least. And with the wave already pushed in mid, it is prime condition for Syndicate to send themselves to Soul Point themselves. But Singed, might have something to say about it. And with the killer instinct available, Kaisa might be able to join. The question is, who is the face checker? Who is going to walk into the Nautilus hook?
I mean, probably. I was gonna say Singe, but no, does not seem to be the case. As Sutek
Sean?
has to pop the ultimate to get away, but just gets exploded by Sean, who's in the back line. Double kill going over to Sean. There's a reason this is his fan club. Absolutely massive here. First ballot Hall of Fame is going to get them this Drake Soul Point. Massive performance on the Olaf.
Yeah, I mean, Olaf's going to hit that dragon, and it should be the one able to do it, as Conveyable Cub might actually get caught here. Maddie's going to catch out. Oh, my God.
Oh, my Maddie goes in! Maddie goes back in! They're going hunting for it! Lilia does get the Q.
Oh
That's a
my
good amount of
God.
damage.
Oh
The
my
burn is
God.
intense, but
Maddie's
Kukulkan
gonna
is
kill 'em
low.
both.
Double kill going over to the Kaisa. Oh, no, Zanya's, but distance between Maddie and the Lilia, but the burn is enough. Leandres does the work, and now they're gonna turn transparent because they have so much damage.
How fast is
no,
Sutek
they're
out of
gonna-
base? How fast is Sutek out of base?
He's not gonna be able to. He's not gonna be able to. There's too much burn. There's
How
too,
fast
there's
does
too much
Sutek out
burn,
of
there's too much
base?
damage.
It's nuts. Does too much.
Okay.
Lilia and Sean are doing way too much damage. Same with the Vigar, and it will be secured by Syndicate Sean fan club. That was a fast Baron, actually. I'm surprised by how quickly they were able to do that. And for the record, Hecarim was 600 MS with the maximum E. If Lilia dies there, they don't get Baron. Thank God Lilia had stopwatch. Otherwise, that would have been a big problem for Syndicate. And also, Maddie is trying so hard to carry this game. This is a Kaisa build of all time, but it's not doing quite enough.
Yeah.
Sean is just far too unkillable for anyone. I will say, though, Sean is still susceptible to being more or less one-shot by the smell, just based off of how much true damage she does. It's a little bit gross, to say the very least. But with Dragon Soul, the 7th dragon, because of course this series would go past 1 in the morning. Why not? Of course, this would be the longest game we've had tonight. Even though I think it's currently... How long was the last one? I don't think it was this long. It got close, but I don't think it was this long.
I'm not sure. I wasn't here for it, but they do have Baron.
You
so
weren't here
they're
for
gonna
last
have a
game?
Nice.
You
Oh,
weren't here for
I
game
thought you meant
4?
series. I thought you meant series. My apologies.
Uh-oh.
No,
Espada.
this is officially longer. It was 36 minutes. This is a massive wave. That turret is just gone. Even just the cannon minions do enough, which immediately sees this red side
my
pull
God.
back. Hydra have to respect it. Meanwhile, Sean is just on mid-tier 1. You want to see a magic trick? Look, one moment the turret's there, and the next moment it's gone. As the next wave lands down on that bot side, and now they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. 4 members.
Tibbs?
Tiny Tibbs. What is that? Okay, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and you can feel it, as that is going to almost certainly be 2 members down, but Sean still going crazy, makes an appearance. That's the Hecarim down. Mel as well. This might be it. It might be enough. I don't know if they have the waves, but they're certainly going to make a try of it as they run them down.
This
Not
should be it. This should finally, after what is it, 5 hours, 5 games, a perfectly
Waves.
run stream, a fantastic game number 4, never in doubt. Syndicate Sean fan club will take down 2 inhibitors. Sean is just gonna full hit towers. The first Nexus tower will fall, as will the second. Espada trying his hardest, but it will not be enough. Syndicate Sean fan club are going back to place their demons in the grand finals. Whew.
taking down the number
That
1
is-
seed from the other group as well. Massive performance.
That is, I mean, a
Nice.
very, I mean, by the grace of Sean in this last game,
Honestly, that Sean on
smiting
the
is
Olaf,
smiting is hard at 1 in the morning. I can agree.
a generational performance. And the thing is that like they lose that, or excuse me, they win that even with losing 2 smite fights. Imagine if they end up winning that. It could have been a lot more one-sided in game number 5. Sutek really, I know you said Maddie putting on all the work to try to keep him in that game, but Sutek's 2 steals.
Kuzik got some nice steals
Really?
for sure.
really did make a difference. But Maddie really the difference maker for that roster. It did so much, but unfortunately, the Kaiser did not have enough. Sean, I think you said it, indomitable, just could not be stopped. The moment they got into a team fight, you would see the Olaf would just run into the back line. That first fight was a little sketchy. The moment where they immediately I think they TPD'd and they just like honed in immediately on the Singed. Not the move, was not the play. But after that, they pretty much ignored the Singe overall, let the rest of the team deal with it, and they just ran at the back line, and there was really nothing that could be done. Hydra falling just a little bit too short. 1 o'clock in the morning makes a big difference, I guess.
It definitely does. I mean, Sean on that Olaf was an absolute monster in those fights. Was able to wrap perfectly and able to get onto whatever members of Hydra that were waiting. I think the only person that could have possibly even dealt with them was going to be I mean, that Mel, who even then through the death stands, through the mall, was unable to get stuff done. I am told, I know it's late and I know people are trying to itch to go to bed. I am told that there is an interview.
Believe so.
We'll try and get that to you. So in whatever form it may take. So we'll be back shortly for an interview with someone, hopefully from Syndicate Sean Fan Club. Welcome back. Hold on, I fixed my camera because my producer doesn't tell me that we have this scene, so I need to fix myself. Hello, perfect. Welcome. We are joined alongside the person on the sticks for the Syndicate Sean Fan Club draft. All Gucci. How you doing, bud? How you doing after this fantastic 5-game series?
Yo, I'm doing great. Low key, I was kind of hoping maybe we'd lose, but that's how you won, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Nice. All right. Well, for my first question, I gotta ask you, as someone who was behind the scenes with this team, can you take me through sort of the roller coaster of emotions throughout this series? I mean, games 1, 2, 3, and 5 are important, but potentially game 4, if you could give us the highlights.
It's crazy because in every single game, my AD carry connects to the game like without a keyboard and just dies level 2 without pressing any sums. But I think in game 4, he started the game with the monitor and the keyboard connected, so he gets a triple kill level 2 or level 3. And
Holy.
And then I think the rest of the team tried to lose, but despite their best efforts, we did win game 4. And then I'm pretty sure XSV's average age is like 45. So when we go to game 5, it's pretty much a free win.
Awesome. I do have one question because we did take note of it. I believe if I'm remembering correctly, a lot of the bans that were coming out from your opponents were pretty heavily targeted towards Sean. Was there any ever worry, especially because it's a B05 that goes all the way? I think you had some games where quite literally all 3 of the bans from your opponent's first wave were directed at one player. What was the champion pool ever getting a little bit dicey, especially towards the end?
Yeah, Sean knows how to play one champion. It's Mordekaiser. He basically first times every other champion top lane. So I mean, he is a mid lane main, but we played him top lane every single game. So we're kind of like out of the books ever since the Mordekaiser hit the ban. So he's pretty much first time every single champion.
Well, I mean, that Olaf was pretty scary in game number 5.
Good.
Dude, that shit's the most broken shit in the game.
Yep, no, most broken champion in the game.
Right.
Surprised they made it to game 5. Also surprised about the Mel, but all good. Thank you for joining us. I feel if you got any shout outs, now is the time.
Yeah, shout out to Flay for hosting this Dog Shit League, and hopefully Sean stamps CaliG's face in on Monday. Sean says, CaliG ain't shit, and he will go 20-0 every single game next Monday.
Well, that is certainly something.
Great words.
Those are fantastic words.
That's
well,
a direct quote. All right. Also,
Auggy, thank you
casting.
again.
It was a long
Thank you
night.
for representing the winning team tonight. Good luck next week in finals to you and your boys. And that is going to be it for us tonight. Thank you all for joining. It is a late night. It is 1:16, sorry, on the East Coast. It has been a joy to watch this series. Game 4 was a fever dream. I'm glad we all made it out the other side okay. Soren, thank you for being with me on this roller coaster. It has been a fun night. This is our lower bracket finals. Stick around next week. We're going to be back with the grand finals of the CCS Revival Series. It is the Apollo League grand finals. It will be Syndicate Sean Fan Club versus Dorado Gaming Iota. Thank you all again for joining us tonight. I've been Septi, joined alongside Soren with both Romeo and Mr. Fantastic on the cast behind the scenes. Thank you for putting up with us. We appreciate you all, and we will see you all next week for the finale.